friends, welcome back to my channel. I'm Aso, this is Aso Tarot, and in today's highly requested pick a card reading, we are going to be looking at a person, an energy, or an energy that is coming through in multiple people that keeps coming back into your life. So with that being said, as you can probably tell with the way I'm speaking and with the surroundings, I am not home right now. I am on vacation, so I apologize for any outside background noise or just things being a little bit different, but bullshit doesn't take a vacation, so we got to do it to them anyway. So I'm really excited to get into this reading today. I also don't have my typical big notebook, so I apologize if this is hard to see. But what we're going to start with is looking at your oracle cards, and the oracle cards are going to represent the person or the energy that multiple persons have embodied that keep coming back into your life. Obviously, if the energy does not resonate whatsoever, that is not going to be your pile, but hopefully within one of these 4 decks, you will find an energy or person that you are curious about. And so once we've done the energy check and we know that this is going to be your reading, we are going to get into the tarot cards, and we're going to start by looking at why this energy keeps returning in general and see if there's an origin point. Within that, the origin point might be in the energy check, but I'm curious to see if there's something there. Then we're going to see what this person / energy is trying to show you. Then we're going to look at actually what is out of your control when it comes to this energy / person and what you need to release. Then we're going to look at what actions or beliefs of yours might be contributing to this energy coming back. And then we are going to finish off by looking at how you can stop this cycle from repeating, though I might add more questions if I feel unsatisfied with what we've gotten by that point. I just really want to make sure that you have the most information possible, because I know how frustrating it is to have like the same energy come back, and I know how frustrated you guys get when you're like in my readings and you're like, oh, I don't want to hear about this person. I'm like, I don't blame you, but I can't control what comes through. So I'm really hoping that this is a really helpful reading for you guys today. And then what we're just going to do to finish off is to get guidance for the situation for you moving forward and just see if there's anything else that you need to know. So with that being said, we have 4 different piles for you to choose from today. So starting with the first pile, we are going to be using, this is a new deck. It's called the Tarts tarot cards, which I love. And I have this little amethyst gemstone on top. And then for the second pile of cards, I am going to be using the Santa Muerte tarot, and I have this little Dalmatian Jasper palm stone on top. And then for pile 3, we are going to be using Britt's Third Eye Tarot, and I have this rainbow Merkaba on top. Looks like there's a lot of different stones. I'm seeing Jasper, maybe yellow aventurine, green aventurine, sodalite, amethyst. I don't know all of them though. And then finally for pile 4, we are going to be using the 8th House Tarot, and I have this fire quartz stone on top. So with that being said, go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It is absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one pile. You may need to do a process of elimination, or you may have multiple people or energies that you're curious about, or multiple energies that the universe wants you to know about. So there's no right or wrongs here. Just take what resonates. Don't let the rest take from you. Trying to see if there's anything else I need to say. Oh, just thank you guys for your patience with me. Hopefully I'm not speaking too quietly. I just don't want to disturb anyone else. Yeah, really excited to get into this reading today. I hope it's helpful, and definitely let me know if it is. I would love to hear. But once you have picked your pile or piles, you can go ahead and scroll down to the description box or the comment section, where I will have all the timestamps listed below. And once you have picked your pile or piles, I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Amethyst Gemstone and the Tarts tarot cards, then this is going to be a reading on what person / energy is. Why does this person / energy keep coming into your life? If you'd like a full breakdown of the reading, or clarification on any aspect of the reading, please check out the intro. But we're gonna go ahead and start with your energy check. So if this resonates, then this reading is for you. If it doesn't, then I would try a different pile. So going ahead and starting with this energy slash person, we have the thinking woman in reverse. We have conjunction with union. We have the moon. We have the hermit. We have man with gentleman, success, and relationships. And finally, we have morning glory in reverse. Oh, Terry, don't, this is my little skull. His name is Terry. Yeah, he's being dramatic, but that's his nature. Anyway, pile one, I'm seeing a couple of different energies and scenarios that this could be. So bear with me as I go through all of them, because the very first one may not be the one that resonates with you. So just sit tight. One big energy that I'm seeing is that you could have this deep desire and yearning to be in a loving, committed relationship with someone, to be in a union with someone else. It could also be within yourself, but I feel like for a lot of you, this is a lot more about the desire to connect deeply with someone and have a relationship with someone where you feel seen, where you feel heard, where there's genuine connection between the two of you. One thing that I'm kind of seeing here is that you may be feeling really trapped. You may also be feeling like things just don't seem to be working out in your love life. You may be feeling like it's not anything that you're doing, it's like the universe is doing. And you may find that one thing that you're struggling with is negative thoughts or attitudes around your love life. You may have like certain beliefs or negative thought patterns that, whether you're consciously aware of them or not, kind of contribute to this, where, you know, maybe you get your hopes up, or, which I hate that phrase, get your hopes up, because I don't think that there's any problem with hope. Obviously, when things don't turn out as expected, we can be disappointed. But I think that especially like in this case, it's not wrong to hope for something like this, because you absolutely deserve to have a loving relationship in your life. The vibe that I'm getting though is that you may just be feeling like this cycle is never ending. You may be feeling like you may be wondering if you're doing something wrong, or maybe you even find that when people come into your life where there's the potential for deep, meaningful connection, you are either afraid or you want to run away and isolate. Now, that could be the opposite, where you could be in this position. Like, for example, this man card could represent you, not saying that you are a man. Think of it as like an energy. You may find that in relationships, like, or in exploring relationships, you may feel like you have to be in your masculine energy. Everybody has feminine and masculine energy within them, and they're at different ratios. We can always cultivate more or less of that. But in this case, what I mean by masculine energy, you may feel like if I don't go after someone, or if I don't do something, then it's not going to happen. You may feel like you're always the one that has to instigate things, or always the one that has to get things to move forward. You may have this just genuine desire to have successful relationships and to do right by people. And one thing that you may be experiencing is people that either are not completely transparent with you, or you may find that even though you have this desire to put yourself out there, you get all up in your head and you get afraid, and that makes you kind of want to retreat. I can definitely see, no matter what, like there's a deep yearning to not be just trapped within yourself anymore, to share a loving connection with someone else. And I feel like for some of you, there could be a specific person that you are very focused on, that you want to be in a union with, who for whatever reason is not involved with you or not in your life right now. And that could be something where, like, for example, maybe for some of you, you've had opportunities to connect with people or have relationships in your life, but because they weren't this specific person, maybe you pushed them away, or maybe you were afraid to go after them because what if you missed out on the opportunity to be with like the person that you had in mind. But I definitely see here too that I think one thing, like your inner child is definitely yearning for this deep loving connection. And it could be that like one of the things that you did as a child was like maybe you yearned for a love like this, and maybe you always felt like, oh, I can't wait for, you know, my Prince Charming or my Princess Charming, or, you know, the person that I meant to be with to come into my life. And you may be feeling like, what if that is a lie, or what if that isn't the case? It is also quite possible that maybe there are like great healthy people coming into your life, but you find yourself being unable to trust them, or being unable to open yourselves up to them because you are afraid that, you know, they'll betray you, they'll hurt you, they'll rip the rug right out from underneath you. What if they're not telling the truth? So there's a lot of energies going on here, and I definitely think that one of the big patterns here within, because this is definitely a love life thing, so if you're not asking about love life stuff, this may not be the reading for you, which I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be about like romantic love, but I do think at the very least this is related to genuine loving connection with other people, whether it's like a platonic love, a romantic love. I do feel like there's a part of you that feels isolated, but I also think there's a part of you that's very stubborn, that maybe feels like, I don't need to change anything. Like, I'm putting myself out there, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But you may have like fears that like the universe is not going to deliver, or fears that things will never turn out. I definitely feel like there is a part of you that has a really hard time trusting your intuition because you may overthink things a lot. But I also just get this sense that there's a lot of loneliness and feeling trapped, and just feeling this desire to genuinely connect with either a specific person or with a person that can meet you as deeply as you can meet them, that like kind of gets you. And you know, obviously like compatibility works very differently with everyone, but I do feel like there is a part of you that has, you know, certain expectations of what your partner is able to do, or what your ideal partner is able to do. And I don't think that that is something like, which I guess this is just my personal opinion, but I don't think you should feel like you have to let go of those things unless you decide that they're not that necessary. But I definitely feel like there is a part of you that is kind of feeling like, oh, this makes me so sad. I hope you don't think that the universe has forgotten about you, or that it's going to happen for everyone but you, because that is definitely not the case. I definitely do think that there is a part of you that may be struggling with the subconscious belief that maybe you're truly meant to be alone, or that there isn't someone out there that can love you the way that you can love them. And I would just say that, listen, there's 8 billion people on this planet, and if you're capable of loving someone the way you can, then I guarantee you there's at least one other person out there that can do the same. So I definitely think right now you may be struggling with the fact that you feel so lonely and have this desire for connection, and this desire for genuine, meaningful connection with a specific person, or with a partner, or like with a partner in general, whether you know them or not. And it seems like for whatever reason, every time there's the potential, it either seems to not work out, or it seems like things fizzle out, or it seems like things can't go beyond a certain stage to union, or it seems like you are facing barriers when it comes to meeting a person like this, or you're facing barriers because you are focusing all your time and attention on one specific person who could either be unavailable, or maybe they don't even know how you feel. There's so many different scenarios here, so we're going to go ahead and start getting into the tarot. But if that resonates, if any of those descriptions resonate, this is your reading. But also, I hope you can hear me. I'm trying to like speak kind of quietly because I don't want to disturb other people, but I also don't want to speak so quietly that y'all can't hear me. So, but it's not like you could tell me anyway, so I guess I apologize if it's quiet. But while I'm shuffling, I do just want to give a quick shout out to everyone that takes the time to leave me a like, a comment, you know, a little subscribble. That stuff helps me literally so much, and I'm just so grateful to be able to read for you guys. And I really hope none of y'all are going to be like, hey, so why are you reading on your vacation? Because I wouldn't be on this vacation if I didn't read for you guys. Like, you guys are the reason that I'm even getting to be on vacation, and I'm just beyond grateful for your presence in my life and to be able to read for you. And I just want to give like just a big thank you to everyone who takes the time to support me in any way. Like, leaving a like, you've no idea, so helpful. Takes 2 seconds, it's free, but so helpful. So thank you to everyone who does that. Anyone who takes the time to comment and let me know how it resonates, that is so helpful. Thank you. But more than anything, I'm just grateful you're here, grateful you're watching, and grateful that you trust me to read for you. So I'm really excited to see what this is going to talk about, because I definitely think that this is a common cycle and a common pattern that a lot of people deal with. So I wouldn't be shocked if a lot of people pick this pile. But also, very good taste. I just got this deck recently and I am loving it. Also the name, Tarts, tarot cards, iconic, legendary. But with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and start getting into your questions now. And the first question that I want to ask is why. I guess I was gonna ask why this energy keeps returning, but I guess I'm gonna see why does this cycle keep repeating? Why does this cycle seem never ending, and like why do you feel trapped in it? So Spirit, why does this cycle keep repeating for pile 1? What is keeping them stuck in this energy, and why do they seem to feel like they can't get out of it? Okay, we have the Six of Swords. So I definitely feel like there is a part of you that has not really moved on from something or someone. And can we clarify the Six of Swords? Is there anything specifically you want to highlight, Spirit? That Six of Pentacles. Okay, so first of all, sixes, I love the number 6. And for the record, 666 is not an evil number. Numbers are numbers, okay? And 6 is a number of love, beauty, abundance, connection is one of my favorite numbers. But one thing that I'm seeing here is that I definitely think there is a part of you that really struggles with equal give and take. You may be a giver or someone who feels like you have to prove your worth or prove to others that you are worthy of love. And one illusion that you need to move on from is the idea that you need to earn love. The fact that you exist, the fact that you have a beating heart, that makes you worthy of love. I genuinely believe, and you don't have to believe the same, that, Spirit, God is literally just the unconditional love that is within us and around everything, that makes up the entire universe, that is within and around all creation. And you are part of that. And even when we get into like religious things, it's like, how is an unconditionally loving God going to place conditions on that love? You know what I mean? Doesn't make sense. And same for you. The idea that you have to meet certain conditions in order to be worthy of love, or that you have to reach certain milestones in order to be worthy of love, those are definitely things that are holding you back and keeping you stuck here. I definitely think with the Six of Swords, there may be situations from your past that you haven't fully gotten over. I'm literally hearing the word gripe. So you may have some gripes with certain people that screwed you over or that really hurt you. And I think one thing that's important to note is that you don't have to force yourself to move on from those things too quickly. But if you are waiting for this person to give you closure, you might be intentionally holding yourself back, because when we make closure reliant on another person, we are placing out that feeling in someone else's hands, and that's literally giving your power away. So one thing that I'm seeing is that one reason why you're struggling to get out of this cycle is because it seems like you're giving a lot of your energy and a lot of your resources to the wrong aspects of self or the wrong types of people. One thing I want to mention as well is I would be conscientious of the friends, family, people in your life that give you advice on love. First of all, if you wouldn't trade like love lives with them, you certainly don't need to take their advice. But even if you would and the advice doesn't resonate, you don't need to take it anyway. But I think it is important to remember that sometimes people think they know what's best for us, and they don't necessarily do. And so I think one thing that you need to remember is if you are weighing other people's opinions over your own intuition or over what you believe, that could be something keeping you very confused. It's like the idea of, not being over a situation and people telling you, oh, just move on, there's plenty of fish in the sea, the best way to get over someone is to get under someone else, like, you know, certain things like that. And, you know, if those pieces of advice resonate with you, that's totally fine. But the point of this is that if you are having trouble honoring and trusting what you intuitively feel because other people's opinions are creating doubt within you, that's definitely something that you want to let go and move on from. Because if it's advice that is going to work for you, if it's advice that is truly beneficial for you, you're not going to feel so confused about it. It's going to bring you a sense of peace and a sense of clarity. And okay, yeah, this makes sense for me. I also think with that Six of Pentacles, you just may be very used to giving all of yourself to people, maybe when you first meet them, maybe when things are in like the beginning stages of developing. And that could be something where you don't have enough time to really get to know who that person is. And then you may find that takers, you end up attracting takers because you're willing to give so much. You know, the frustrating thing is that, you know, there is a limit to how much you can give, but there's no limit to how much takers can take. And so I think there's a part of you that's needing to learn how to move on from this discomfort around receiving what you give. And the thing is that you know you deserve to have the love that you give to others. But I think what you're not recognizing is that when that opportunity happens, which maybe that opportunity hasn't happened yet, partially because you may not be able to recognize it, or you may push it away subconsciously. What you may not realize is the opportunity to get that in return, you feel uncomfortable receiving it and you feel like you're not worthy of it. And so I definitely think there is a part of you that needs to move on from this idea that everybody is out to get you, or that, you know, you're only going to be worthy so long as you are giving of yourself. Like, I'm thinking of this example, and I think it was Andrew Huberman. He was talking about on a podcast about how the most important thing for women in relationships, like heterosexual relationships, which is what he was talking about, and like the biggest thing that women look for in men is kindness, and which, you know, ladies, if you straight by something like that, well, I mean, I don't even think that needs to be like a sexuality thing. I think everybody wants a partner that's kind to them, right? But we create these ideas that, oh, we're only going to be worthy of love. Like men especially have this idea that, oh, I'm only going to be worthy of love once I make this amount of money, or, you know, I drive this kind of car. And it's just like, it's just not true. You know, a lot of the things that we genuinely care about are much deeper than what's on the surface, than material things. And also, I think a big thing here could be issues around like self-esteem and your body. And I think one important thing to remember is someone that truly loves you, they're not going to be looking at you vessel first. Your vessel, your body is just a part of who you are. It's your soul's vehicle, and it is there's so much more to you than that. And, you know, obviously society can create a lot of unhealthy ideas about, you know, what is beautiful, what is attractive. But man, I don't think there's anything more attractive than being nice and being confident. So those are two things that like you could really focus on building within yourself. But more than anything, I think the reason why this keeps repeating is part of you may be resistant to giving, to putting yourself out there out of fear of rejection. You may be waiting for people to come towards you and to move towards you, but you may not be doing anything to put yourself out there or take that risk first. Like, for example, it's going to be pretty hard to meet someone if you don't really leave your house and you don't like have any sort of like outside connections. Like, for example, if you're someone who works from home and spends a lot of time at home, that doesn't mean you need to go out and like be Captain Social unless you want to. You know, that could maybe mean like maybe you're not putting yourself out there on dating websites, or maybe you're not just putting yourself out there enough in general. There could be this expectation that people are meant to come towards you and that people are meant to give to you, and the universe might be encouraging you to do the opposite. Now, I know I did say that you could be the one giving all of that, so it's Obviously, this is a little bit confusing, and I think that there are a lot of different energies here, so that's why it's important you take it as it resonates. But essentially, if you find yourself giving too much, always being the one to initiate, always being the one to feel like you have to make things happen, I think you are being encouraged to kind of let go of that notion a little bit more, but also consider ways in which you can move forward from like wounds around giving, wounds around feeling like you weren't enough in the past. And also for some of you, this may be a sign that literal like movement, like traveling and moving to a different place, could be something that is really important in helping you find a partner. Like for example, maybe where you live is not necessarily very accepting of your sexuality, or maybe you live in like a really small town where it's hard to meet people and everybody knows everyone. There's so many different scenarios where that could be the case. So if you've been feeling this call, like you need to move, I do feel like the universe is setting you up to make that happen. And if you're fearful of that, just know that if it feels right, even if you're afraid, that that could be something that's meant for you. But if you're the opposite, where you feel like people need to be the ones to give to you, if you feel like you've kind of been isolating and waiting for people to come towards you, then I think the universe is encouraging you to initiate more and to put yourself out there more, and to be willing to run the risk of being rejected, be willing to run the risk of things not working out. I think one fear and one thing that might be keeping you trapped is this idea of not even letting things progress because you may be worrying about things that haven't even happened yet. Like for example, you could meet someone that you think is really great and that scares you, and so you stop talking to them, or you kind of avoid them because you're afraid of things failing between the two of you, which you've literally created that failure because you haven't given yourself the opportunity to explore that more. But also, I don't believe in the idea that there's failure in relationships. Like relationships they come and go, you know. Some are like seasons, some are like roots, you know. Some are meant to stay, some are meant to come and go, but they all serve a purpose. And I think one important thing to remember is that if you're putting tons of pressure on every single scenario or every single person to be like, is this the one? Is this finally it? You may be robbing yourself of the opportunity to just be in the present moment and see what happens. Because you may meet wonderful people and maybe you don't stay together forever, but maybe you learn so much about yourself and they redirect you onto the course of finding that forever person, if that's something that you want. But ultimately, I think a big reason as to why you're feeling trapped in this is because there does need to be some sort of forward movement, either in your mentality or in the balance of give and take. I also think that there could be some healing that's kind of necessary around a lack of trust in people. And you know, trust is a choice. It's not something that we necessarily feel. You can be in a situation where you don't necessarily trust someone, but you feel like, well, I've got to see things through until I know that's the case. I think more than anything though, there is a real need to look at the ways in which you feel trapped practically and mentally. You know, pentacles are all about earth, swords are all about communication, thought. And I do think that there does need to be some sort of like reflection on your part of where, you know, maybe where am I being held back in my mindset? Where am I being held back in my beliefs? How am I uncomfortable receiving? And am I giving what I desire to receive? So, you know, for example, if you always expect people to reach out to you first, you might be like, oh, why does nobody ever talk to me? Oh, I just saw 2 beautiful white birds. Oh my God, you know what they make me think of? They make me think of like the turtle doves from Home Alone. So doves could be a significant animal or sign for you. But, you know, doves also make me think of peace. And I think one big thing here is that I think one hint that Spirit is giving you is that this right person for you, there's going to be a sense of peacefulness here, where even though you may get in your head and you may feel very worried, when you're existing in like the connection together, you will feel this sense of like peace and acceptance around how things are unfolding and what's meant to happen next. So now I want to see what this energy / people embodying this energy is trying to show you. So Spirit, what is this energy trying to show pile 1, please? The High Priestess. So I think one thing this energy is trying to show you is that if you're trying to go about your love life in a strategic way, that is not going to work for you. And I think the ironic thing is that we have this idea, I think a lot of people have this idea that, you know, love is supposed to work a certain way, or things are, a lot of times we try to approach love logically, or even me today trying to approach like certain aspects of the reading logically, and love, she don't work on logic. He don't work on logic. They don't work on logic. You know, love is something that's very illogical, and it's something that can make us do silly things, but it's also something that completely defies logic. And what I really see here is that this energy is really calling you to connect more deeply with yourself. And you might think like, but I do connect with myself. I do readings, or I do that. There's always more layers to uncover, my dude. You are like a never-ending onion with just layers upon layers upon layers to peel. And you know, of course, that makes me think of Shrek. And Shrek is kind of an excellent example of this energy, because Shrek in the first movie intentionally isolates, not because he wants to be alone, but because he's learned to be alone, because everybody judges him before they know them, you know? Ah, help, big, stupid, ugly ogre, you know? Like, he says that in the movie. And he pushes Donkey away because, you know, he doesn't understand why Donkey isn't afraid of him. He doesn't understand why Donkey wants to spend time with him. And a lot of his journey in this whole movie is realizing that he is worthy of love and that he is lovable as he is, you know. Fiona, for example, she doesn't stay a human when true love's kiss happens. She turns into an ogre as well, which obviously that was part of her, but that's true love's form. And I think it's a beautiful, beautiful message, because it's not about like being lovable is not about looking like a human and not being ogrely. It's about what's inside. It's about the connection and the love that exists. And so I feel like, especially with this High Priestess here, there are secrets within you that I think that you may not be seeing. And I think a lot of these secrets are subconscious beliefs you have about yourself and about your lovability. I also think that you have a lot of intuitive guidance available to you through things like this, where you may listen to readings, for example, and like they resonate and you know them and you trust them, but you don't listen to them. You don't follow the wisdom of it. There's a difference between knowing and being. And I think in one case, there's a part of your logical mind that maybe doubts that this person is out there, or that this connection is possible. And that is one thing that you are going to need to let go of, because that is doubt within your mind. I think it is important that if you're focused on a specific person, especially, you may want to ask yourself the reasons why. I think one common reason why is because of spiritual connections. And that is absolutely okay to like only want one person and only want that, but it is important to remember that we don't always have all the answers, and you may want to ask yourself if you're pushing away opportunities to experience love and connection in the present because you are waiting for a specific person to come in the future. And I think what's important to remember is that what is meant for you will never miss you. And that doesn't mean you shouldn't delay life and delay your experiences waiting on someone to show up how you hope they will. Does that make sense? I also just think too, there is a part of you that just doesn't trust your own intuition, doesn't trust how the universe is guiding you. And I feel like there is a part of you that really believes that if you don't do something, then it's not going to happen, or if it's not happening for you, then you must be doing something wrong, or the universe is punishing you, and that's just not true. This energy is trying to get you into an energy of trusting yourself more and being okay with the things that are unknown, and accepting that if you have a yearning for something in your heart like love, that is out there for you. You know, I think that there are a lot of people that don't believe in love because they are in relationships that are based on attachment or based on fear or based on insecurity or based on things that are not love. And so then they have this idea that love doesn't exist, but the reality is that it just is not existing for them because they are not having a relationship like that. I also think a really unhealthy thing is how people project onto like celebrity relationships or pop culture relationships, and then if that relationship breaks up or ends, then people are like, oh, love isn't real. Like, no, that's not true. Like, people come and go, and I think that there is a part of you that is needing to kind of accept the fact that you're not in control of how this unfolds, and there's a lot of unknowable factors here, and that's why your intuition is so important. But I think you get your subconscious beliefs and intuition mixed up. So one important thing to remember is that anxiety screams, intuition whispers, and oftentimes intuition reveals things to us in a way that is not very straightforward and logical. It may be in dream symbols, it may be in meditation, or it may be in signs and synchronicities. And I think what this energy is prompting you to do is to really surrender this need to understand everything and really be more open to what your own inner wisdom is trying to tell you, what your own inner guidance is trying to tell you. And also, you could be all of this could be prompting you to do more spiritual work, to do more divination like this, or something that gets you in touch with your intuitive self. Because I think that there are parts of you that is like maybe insecure or just like afraid to kind of surrender to what is and trust in how things unfold, because there's a part of you that just wants things to work out so badly that you may like invest in the wrong people or the wrong ideas because you're tired of waiting for the right person, or you're tired of things not working out. And I think that you're not looking at things as accurately as you could be. You know, I think that part of the reason why this energy keeps repeating is because it's trying to show you, hey, there's aspects within you that need to be seen, that need to feel loved by you, so that you can recognize that they are lovable anyway, no matter what. And embracing and accepting those parts of yourself, one, is going to make you more confident, and two, naturally more attractive, because I'm sure you've noticed, like, when someone seems to be insecure, like, that can have an effect. Even if they're not outwardly displaying it, even that energy can have an effect, right? I definitely feel like there's a need to be more confident in what you're intuitively feeling. And I think you know in your heart that this person is out there, and that this connection is possible for you, that this love, this union is possible for you. But you may be struggling with a union between your mental body and your spiritual/emotional bodies. So I definitely think that creating union between those two aspects of self could be really, really helpful. And I think one important thing in order to make that happen is to learn to follow the wisdom of your heart over the wisdom of your mind. Well, the mind isn't always wise when it comes to matters of love, you know? The mind is definitely going to be much more useful, like when you need to do your taxes, but less so when you need to find love. A mind that is strategic, the mind doesn't understand love the way that the heart does. And the heart is illogical. And it is, of course, that doesn't mean that you throw caution to the wind, discernment to the wind, and that you don't, at the very least, use your head a little bit. But your heart is meant to lead. And the head says, okay, how can I help the heart lead? How can I practically implement what my heart is telling me? So, like, for example, if your heart's telling you we need to move to this place, or we need to start taking this class, or doing whatever, then your mental body goes, okay, how can we make that happen? Does that make sense? So definitely this energy is trying to show you a lot about yourself, to help reveal secrets to you that I think have kind of been hidden in plain sight because they've been within you. And I also think that if you look at the people that you've been involved with, and when you look at everything that you've experienced within this cycle, I would look at what patterns that you notice, and what similarities you notice. And this is less about semantics and more like underlying energies, but even semantics as well. I would really just pay attention to that. But I also think there is a part of you that is really yearning for connection with yourself. And I think that part is kind of your inner child. The part of you that knows you deserve to be loved, that knows that love is out there. I think that's part of what you've dreamt of. And that dream is meant to be a reality, but it's going to be a lot harder for it to be a reality if you don't believe that it can happen, believe you're not worthy of it, or believe you have to jump through hoops to make it happen, when in reality, it's something that can unfold quite naturally and much more easily if you let go of your grip and let go of this need to understand it, or this need to figure out when or how it'll happen. Instead, trust that it's happening and let the when and how unfold as it will. Trust your guidance to kind of get you in alignment with the when and how, and then trust for the rest of the when and how to come through from the universe. So now I want to see what is out of your control / what you need to release. So Spirit, when it comes to this cycle, what is out of pile 1's control and what do they need to release? Okay, we have the Hierophant. So I definitely think that one thing that's out of your control that you need to release is certain ideas around advice and what you think is right for you. I feel like also, you know, the Hierophant is a lot about tradition. Excuse me, I'm gonna need to drink some water. And you may be feeling like things need to unfold for you in a traditional way in order for this love to happen. And I think that's one thing that Spirit really wants you to let go of. Like, you know, for example, if your idea of your dream life is like, oh, okay, I meet someone, we date for 2 years, then we get together, and then we buy a house, and then we get married, and then we have babies. It's like, if you're expecting it to happen in a very traditional way, that may be something you want to let go of, because one, maybe what you truly want, I'm not saying like if that's what you want, like maybe that's meant to happen in a different way. Like, for example, maybe a kid is meant to happen first if that's something that you and a person want, or maybe you will be in a sort of relationship where things unfold differently than how you expected, but it works out. Now, if you're clutching your pearls at me saying that, I want you to take a step back and ask yourself why you're clutching your pearls around that. Is it because you are attached to things happening in that way? Is it because you believe that that way will make you happy? I don't know what the answer is for you, but there are, within that energy of pearl clutching around not being in control, around things unfolding in a different way, you really need to ask yourself, what are my subconscious biases around that? What is making me feel like I need to clutch my pearls around that? Because love doesn't have to be traditional in order to work. You know, what matters is that it works, and that it works for both of you. But I also think with the Hierophant, there is wisdom within you, and wisdom that is not very conventional, that I think you are meant to follow. Like, for example, stuff like this, not very conventional, that may directly contradict what you think is right for you, or what you've been taught is supposed to be right. And I think that you're meant to release and let go of that idea. I also think that you're meant to kind of release this idea that there's X amount of things you need to do, or a certain way of going about things in order for it to happen. Like, for example, maybe you believe that love will only happen for you in a certain way because that's how it happened for your parents, or that's how it happened for the people that you have seen in love. If you're trying to replicate someone else's process of finding love, or replicate what you think will make you successful, I think you need to release that. I also just think there's a lot of Taurus energy here, which, love Taurus energy, but it can be very stubborn. And I think there could be a part of you that's very afraid of stepping out of what is traditional, or afraid of stepping out of what you think you're supposed to do, because what if you're wrong? Or what if you stop following that tradition and then you miss out on what you're supposed to do? And here's where I stop you, or stop myself stopping you, because what is meant for you won't miss you. And I know that that may be something that feels like it doesn't make sense, but it's 100% true. So with that Hierophant here, I really do feel like there is a need for you to release conventional tradition and conventional ideas and conventional advice that, one, doesn't resonate for you, and two, that creates stress around this process of finding love. I definitely think you may want to look into like throat chakra healing, because I do think that there are certain, even like conscious beliefs and ideals that don't resonate with your heart, that you've been holding on to out of fear of, well, I've been following them this long, what if I'm wrong? Also, you may need to release your idea, like release past relationships that you were in, especially if you were married. You know, you may be feeling like, oh, well, if you're finding love, you may be like, oh, well, what if this one is going to fail as well? Or if, you know, your parents got divorced or something like that, you know, you may be feeling like, well, relationships don't really work out anyway, so what's the point? I think that there's just a lot of stubbornness and that's not serving you. And also a lot of, I almost feel like you're burying yourself under unnecessary expectations. And I also think that like there's so much beneath the surface. Like this Hierophant card is so interesting because this plant lady is like literally planted under the ground, but you can really only see part of her hair. And I think that actually part of this guidance is about the fact that, one, you are meant to go within and trust your wisdom more because you have the answers that you're seeking. And the universe is going to give you those answers that you're seeking. But also, a lot of that traditional advice and guidance that people are giving you, they're only seeing things on a surface level, or they're only seeing one small part of the puzzle. And even though they may have good intentions and they just want to help you, that doesn't mean that it actually is helpful. So I definitely think that there's much more to this situation than you're necessarily seeing right now. And I think it's because you're trying to look at it on a more like logical or surface level, because that's how our mainstream society looks at things, on a logical, more surface level. So I definitely think you're meant to start digging deep and kind of release those ideas that you feel attached to, or those beliefs that you feel like you need to listen to in order to be successful in love. So now I want to see what action / belief of yours that is contributing to this cycle. Yeah, the Seven of Wands. This makes a lot of sense. The idea that you have to fight for love, the idea that you have to, there may be part of you that's like really defensive about actually letting someone in. You may feel like you're a really open person and a really transparent person, but what you may not be realizing is that actually there you have a lot of walls up that you may not be aware of. I also think that with the Seven of Wands here, there is a part of you that needs to be willing to fight back against those belief systems. Okay, well, obviously this question is about like what you're doing that's contributing to this. So with the Seven of Wands, I feel like there is a part of you that's fighting the necessary changes that could help you get out of this cycle. But I also think that there is a part of you that's like creating unnecessary resistance and like wearing yourself out. I also think that you maybe feel like that when I think about like the traditional Seven of Wands, I think about, you know, the traditional image in the Rider-Waite where, you know, the person is kind of like literally fighting back against other wands. And I think that there is a part of you that may feel like the universe is against your dreams, or that the universe doesn't want your dreams to happen, or that the universe almost has a sick sense of humor and is just setting you up to disappoint you. And that's not the case. That is an illusion that may come from the fact that you may have had expectations or hopes that didn't work out. But that doesn't mean that that was the universe's doing. Oftentimes it's our own creations doing and our own doing. But I also think with the Seven of Wands here, you may have a hard time actually trusting what it is you truly want. Like you may tell the universe one day, this is what I want, this is what I want to unfold. And then you may change your mind and be like, nah, screw it. I don't need anyone. I don't need anything. I don't want love. I'm focused on myself. And it may be that like you're really back and forth with what you think you want. And I think that the reality is that your heart knows what you want. You want this love, you want this connection, which is normal. That's human. That's not something you should be ashamed of. But I think a lot of us have created this idea or have this belief that that's something silly, that that's something foolish to want and desire, because we're all supposed to be strong and independent and not rely on anyone. But that's not the case, and that's not the truth. So I definitely think that if you go back and forth on what you think you want and on what you think, if you're going back and forth in general, I think there's a part of you that needs to like really surrender to what it is you truly want and accept that, rather than try to protect yourself from the fear of that not working out by convincing yourself that that's not what you really want or putting up more walls. I also think with the Seven of Wands, this is a lot too about just feeling like things are working against you. Like, I feel like you are working hard, not smart. And I think it's because there is a part of you that kind of just feels like it needs to be hard, that the love that will be worth it will be hard. And that's not true. I feel like that's a belief that you need to fight. And I think that more than anything, there's a lot of just defensiveness, I think, that you need to look at within yourself, because I do think that there are parts of yourself that you are not acknowledging because it may be confronting to recognize them, or you may be placing the barriers to this love entirely on the universe or people outside of you. And that's not necessarily true. It takes two people to connect, and there's clearly a disconnect between your intuitive body and your heart space and your mental body and your belief systems and things like that. So I definitely think that you are meant to look at what's not working, look at what isn't serving you, and also just look at how you're making things unnecessarily challenging, and how you're creating unnecessary stress, and where you're making yourself feel like if you don't do it, it won't happen. All that stuff, that's what it's time to release. Finally, I just want to ask, how can we stop this cycle from repeating for good? Spirit, how can pile 1 stop this cycle for good and get out of this cycle? We have the 5 of Pentacles. It's time to get out of lack mentality. This belief that 1, let go of the idea of settling. 2, let go of the idea that, I'm hearing Boulevard of Broken Dreams by Green Day, which banger, but you're not meant to walk a lonely road, and even though that road may be the only road you've ever known and you don't know where it goes, but it's only you and you walk alone, you need to let go of that. Because first of all, there are so many people that can relate to you, that understand you, and you just haven't had the opportunity to meet them yet or connect with them yet. I guarantee you walk past people all the time that are dealing with similar issues to you, but you have no idea, because it's pretty weird to just like, be making small talk with a stranger and be like, so what are your deep traumas? Like, human issues are a lot more universal than we're willing to maybe recognize at times. And I think with this 5 of Pentacles, there's a real need to let go of the idea that you're not worthy of love, that things won't happen for you, that you need to be financially successful in order for love to happen, that you need to play it safe, and that you need to settle. Literally, the idea that the 9 of Swords being on the back of the deck, I feel like is so fitting. Like, the overthinking, the fears, the worries. Like, as my father says, fear is false evidence appearing real, not illusion, evidence. And I definitely think that there's a lot of false evidence that you have come to the conclusion around that is not true. And so I feel like with this 5 of Pentacles, there is a real need to recognize that, 1, recognize how much you already have and the areas of your life that are going well. Like, especially if you have a really beautiful life and a lot of things that you're really grateful for, maybe recognizing like what you already have. Like, you may be really focusing on what you don't have, what is not working, how things aren't happening. And that is also creating a lot of like, that makes it a lot more challenging to live in the energy of love, because you're like literally just thinking about what you don't have, what's not working, and that focus is not serving you whatsoever. Let go of the idea that you need to settle. Let go of the idea that you're going to be unlovable by a certain age. Like, oh my God, like nothing gets me more fired up than the idea that, like typical ideas in American, or not American, but typical like Western things. Like, let's be real, incel and femcel podcasts. What do they say? Oh, well, women, they only like you if you got money. They only like you, if you're running a business or blah blah blah. And then what else do they say? Well, women you're not attractive after 35. Your options are significantly lower. It's like, bro, quit treating human beings like they're cattle, and like that their worth is based on crap like that. There is no timeline for there's no timeline, there's no standard practice for what works with everyone. And what I will say about podcasts like that is none of those people are in relationships, and none of those people actually understand what love and like love is. They literally look at relationships from a surface level, vapid, superficial, and deeply ignorant and wounded place. Whether they recognize those wounds or not, they have lots of unhealed wounds that they are projecting onto the outside world and making the assumption about entire populations of people and telling young people that this is how the world is, and it's just not the case. It's not true, and it's freaking bullshit. If I may make a video one day just roasting those types of podcasts, not in a way to tear anyone down, but just about how like the advice is so wrong. And let's be clear, it's not just men, it's not like it's people, it's wounded people that have, you know, their own beliefs about love and their own beliefs about their worthiness, and they are just, you know, sharing those beliefs with others, which is their prerogative, but those beliefs can be very harmful. And the fact that they're not taking the time to introspect and instead are just doubling down on those wounds and the stories that they've created and the beliefs that they've made about those wounds, they're literally just preventing themselves from seeing how dumb and wrong their advice is. Like, I'm not, okay, that's my opinion, but like, anyway, that was just kind of a rant. But ultimately, there's a real need to recognize that you're not trapped, that nothing is going wrong, that you're not off schedule, you're exactly where you're meant to be. And in fact, getting out of this cycle is a lot easier than you think. And it's about like surrendering, releasing, and recognizing that you are love. You came from love. That is where you will return to. Love is the most natural and the most free and the most available resource on the planet. It's about being open to it and recognizing that it comes in many forms other than romance. That doesn't mean that you won't get romantic love, but being open and recognizing where it is in all other places helps you see that, one, romance can and will come into your life as it's meant to, and two, that romance isn't the only way in which you can feel love and feel that presence of love in your life. And the more that you learn how to cultivate love in all things, the easier it will be for you to recognize that it doesn't work any differently when it comes to romantic relationships. Does that make sense? But a lot of this is about getting out of your head and into your heart. So with that being said, how long was that? Oh my God, 53 minutes. Which actually, I don't know why, that felt like a lot longer. Oh my God, okay, you know what, that's so cool. Usually, so fun fact, when I'm doing these readings, I typically feel like an hour and a half long reading will feel like 45 minutes, but this reading feels like it's been taking forever. And I think that you've had that belief that like, oh, love is taking forever. Like the universe is taking forever to bring what you want. And this is what you need to understand. If you get frustrated at the phrase divine timing is not a date in the calendar. And the universe doesn't give a single shit about your 5-year plan or what you want. The universe is going to do what's in alignment for your highest good and the highest good of others. And the more you get in alignment with that, the easier things are going to flow. So what you need to understand is that divine timing is not, like I said, a date on the calendar. It's created by our attitude, by our beliefs, by our actions, every single present moment. That is what dictates divine timing. And the more you are in alignment with that and recognize that you don't need to be playing things strategically, you don't need to be focused on the future, but instead living in the present moment, focusing on what is in your control, recognizing the love that already exists, the more easily you are going to be able to attract that. And this is not just about self-love. This is about just recognizing how love manifests outside of loving relationships, but also how love manifests within that. And recognizing too that we overuse the term love. And a lot of times people use the term love when that's not actually what they mean. They may think that they mean that, because I think that there are a lot of people that haven't genuinely experienced love, which is so sad. And I pray and hope that everybody does get to experience genuine unconditional love, not just from the universe, but through other people. They may think that love is attachment, that love is power, love is control, love is transactional, and those are just not the case. So I really do think you are being called to study the idea of love and what love means to you, what makes you feel loved, how do you express that love to others. There's so many opportunities for understanding there, and I really do think that the more you connect to yourself, the less lonely you will genuinely feel. And I also think that one thing you may not realize is that I think you're kind of looking for yourself in other people, and that may be inhibiting you, because do you necessarily need yourself, or do you need someone that's going to be a good complement to you? You may not quite know what you need, and it may only take meeting that person or allowing a situation to unfold with someone before you realize what is actually going to work. So let go of the idea that you need to know exactly how things are going to unfold, or that you need to know that you're going to be safe, because truthfully, y'all, there are no guarantees in life. And what's that song? I'm literally hearing that song. First of all, I was hearing that Plain White Tea song that's 1, 2, 3, 4, but then also that song that's like, you gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry. I have a hard time remembering songs, but that song was playing too. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and finish off with guidance for you moving forward, and just what the universe wants you to know about breaking out of this pattern. So to start, we have plunge. Don't hold back. It's time. Go for it. Dive in. So I definitely think that this is not just about diving into like life and doing things differently, but I think that this is also about diving into yourself and taking the plunge within your own subconscious and your own psyche. And also, if you've been solely relying on yourself to get these insights, maybe looking into certain like counselors or spiritual guides or guidance that just genuinely aligns with your heart and soul, not what you think is right. Like, for example, if you've only sought guidance from like a religious leader, but maybe you don't adhere to that religion anymore, you might want to look at ways in which to dive into yourself that don't follow that, for example. But Spirit is really saying, like, stop holding back on exploring this, because I feel like you may actually be prolonging this process by staying stuck in this pattern and this idea that like it has to happen however, like things have to happen according to how you think they should, or according to how you were taught that they should. But we have surrendered to trust. Wasn't I talking about trust earlier? Trust yourself in your decisions. Don't be swayed by other people's strong opinions about what to do. Take action and be confident that you've chosen the right path. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you're constantly looking back, wondering if you're doing the right thing, like, the only way to know if you're doing the right thing is, do you feel peace and acceptance on this path? Do you feel like this is the right path for you? Do you feel like there's another path that would be better? Like, for example, for me, I love doing what I do. Does it mean that I wake up every day and I'm like super, super ecstatic? No, it's because human and things lose their novelty and we have to fall in love with them. You know what I mean? But I know that there's no other path that I would want to be on more. Like, this is my path, and I willingly choose the shit sandwiches I eat, because every path has a shit sandwich, right? It's about choosing which shit sandwich we want to eat and trusting that we know what's best for us, and we know that even if we don't know what is truly best for us, we'll know if things need to change, because they will feel wrong and things will be unnecessarily challenging. It's time to trust yourself and trust that things will unfold as they're meant to, and trust that people outside, just because people exist outside of you and that they have thoughts and opinions, just because they may be louder or more aggressive opinions, doesn't mean that they're correct. In fact, it makes me think of that quote from Sun Tzu in The Art of War. When you are weak, appear strong, and when you are strong, appear weak. Pay attention to that when people really try to force their opinions down your throat. But we also have one step at a time, which, hearing my girly Jordan Sparks, take it one step at a time, no need to rush. It's like learning to fly or falling in love. It's just going to happen, and it's meant to happen. Blah, 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 blah. I can't remember the rest of the lyrics. A lot of songs in this, and it seems like the universe could be communicating to you through songs. But I think that also Spirit is asking you to stop focusing on the destination and instead be really open to the process. I really do think that your emotional body is needing a lot of care and comfort from you. So emotional healing and healing around opening your heart and recognizing that part of living life fully and authentically is not about avoiding life or only having like the positive emotions. You know, with life, being open to life means we're open to all things. And sometimes those things are heartbreak. Sometimes those things are pain, but those things serve us well, and they help us grow. And that doesn't mean that we necessarily like it, doesn't mean that we would choose it, but that's part of the risk we run living life and opening ourselves up. And that's something that you have to be comfortable with. Well, you don't have to be comfortable with it, but comfortable with the acknowledgement that no matter what you do face, you are strong enough and you are capable of handling it as it comes. And instead of worrying about bridges that you're not even close to crossing, focusing on what's in your path right now. That is really important. And I think Spirit is saying this will unfold one step at a time. And instead of like really being focused on how that's going to happen and when, and focused on the destination, let's start with where can you go right now that can help you get out of this cycle. But we also have Venus, love, beauty, harmony, physical contact. So if you've been denying yourself the opportunity to experience Venusian energy in the form of love, beauty, harmony, and physical contact, how can you increase more Venusian energy into your life? Is that maybe spending more time with friends? Is that doing things that you love? Is that finding the beauty in life more? Is that whatever that is, like adding a little more love into your life by doing things that you love, by doing things that evoke a feeling of love within you, by being around people that make you feel loved, that will help you be in the energy of attracting this. But I also think that, you know, when you're really yearning for this type of love and it's not happening, this aspect of experiencing love in all ways is one thing that can bring you comfort and say, I know that this love exists, and I know that the love for me exists because you exist and the way that you love exists, and there is got to be someone out there that is going to love how you love, and you're going to love how they love. You know what I mean? But we also have you are your own cage. Yeah, I definitely think that you are keeping yourself trapped. You are keeping yourself stuck in your own thoughts. And I really do think that I would be very cautious of what media you're consuming, because I do think that that could be playing a role in your beliefs about love. I also think that you may want to do some work on your solar plexus chakra. That is the chakra that is responsible for like our willpower, our confidence, our ability to trust our gut, our ability to be a leader, to stand strong, and to have a sense of willpower. So I definitely think that there is a need for you to be more confident in your truth. And, you know, not everyone has to agree with it. Not everyone has to understand your logic, but you do. You have to support it, because if you don't, who will? You don't need other people's validation. You need your own. And finally, okay, I literally love when stuff like this happens. Yeah, don't look back. There is nothing in your past for you. There are no answers there. It's time to start moving forward, and it's time to start looking at things differently. Be open to the idea that you're wrong sometimes. Be open to the idea that there are other ways of doing things, and be open to the idea that maybe the universe isn't punishing you at all, but maybe they're trying to get you to see how you're punishing yourself and keeping yourself trapped, because the universe wants you to feel the love that it has for you. The universe wants you to experience the dreams that you have in your heart. The universe would never intentionally withhold romantic love from you, ever. That idea is an illusion that you need to let go of, and you need to recognize that that comes from a place of woundedness. That comes from a place of lack mentality, and that is not the truth. You are love. You are connected to love, and love can come to us in so many forms, but you're not excluded from romantic love. Nobody is. We can only exclude ourselves. So pile one, woo, that is where I'm going to leave your reading. So thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that's one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and show appreciation for my channel and like support me monetarily. I don't expect you to watch them. I'm not a monster. But just letting them play is so helpful. So thank you to everyone who does that. But if you would like to support me in other ways, like I said earlier, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my candles. You can check out my merch. You can check out my social media. Shout out to my notification squad if you want to be notified whenever I upload a new reading, or you want me to see your comment. I usually see comments when I first upload. Anything else? Not that I can remember. So that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Dalmatian, Jasper, Palm Stone, and the Santa Muerte Tarot, this is going to be your reading on why does this person / energy keep coming back. So, I love that you picked Dalmatian Jasper. It's one of my favorite stones. But to start, we're going to go ahead and look at what this energy is, who this person is. If this does not resonate, please pick another pile. Just because you pick a pile that doesn't resonate doesn't mean there's no message for you or that you picked the wrong pile. Sometimes we just need help in figuring out what's right for us, and sometimes that means process of elimination. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and see who / what energy this person is, or what energy this is. So to start, we have happy family. We have Cancer with the caretaker, loyalty, emotional depth, sympathetic, moody, tenacious, protective, nurturing, familial ties, hypersensitive, sense of home, ruler of the 4th house. So the number 4 is also significant, clearly. We have the snail with the hermit. We have ring, union, agreement, contract. We have chimes. And finally, we have the cheese fries. Shout out to Canada. I had poutine for the first time recently and it's pretty good. Even though that's not cheese fries, but yeah, shout out to all the Canadians out there. Anyway, okay, this might be a very specific example, so hear me out while I work through all the possibilities that this could be. But if this is not resonating, feel free to pick another pile because this one may be more specific. If you find that this interpretation is like the opposite of what you're going through, I would recommend checking out pile 1 because this seems to be like the exact opposite of what, not the exact opposite, but like kind of a flip. Anyway, y'all get what I'm saying. So I definitely feel like if this pile is meant for you, there's definitely some sort of love or beautiful energy trying to enter your life. And I do think that this is in the form of a romantic partner, although it doesn't have to be, but that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. I feel like for a lot of you, you could either be a single parent because of a divorce or a relationship that ended, or because you were widowed. And if that was the case, first of all, I just want to say how sorry I am, and that I'm sending so much love to you. And also, whether you were divorced too, like divorce is also hard. Breakups are also hard. And I'm just, no matter what, I'm sending so much love to this pile. But even if that's not the scenario, I definitely think that the commonality, you'll know this reading is for you if you are in a position where there's someone or the opportunity to explore this idea that I'm about to describe with someone, or there's either someone that you are interested in that makes you very happy, that or that you are feeling connected to, that you may be pushing away, or you may be like very hesitant to be open to them, or this could be a situation where you are thinking about opening yourself up to the idea of letting love in again, especially if you've gone through a painful period of not letting it in. But another example that I'm getting is maybe you have never been divorced, like you've never been married or anything like that, but maybe you've never had a maybe you've never been in a committed relationship, or maybe the idea of a committed relationship scares you, or maybe you're involved with like a group, like for example, people that you live with, or a really tight-knit friend group that isn't the most supportive of you venturing out on your own, or reaching some sort of commitment with someone. I feel like you'll know this pile is for you if you either feel like you either have a lot of responsibility on your shoulders, whether that's because you're a literal caretaker, like a single parent, something like that, or you could feel a lot of obligation or responsibility to the close people in your life that you consider family, whether that is like literal siblings, parents, roommates, or close friends, where there may be messy boundaries. The vibe that I'm getting, though, is that this person, or this idea of a person, because for some of you, maybe you don't know who this person is yet, but there's a part of you that's like, maybe I'm ready to let love in, or maybe I'm ready to start putting myself out there and exploring again, especially if you've been doing a lot of healing. The biggest vibe that I'm getting, that you'll know this is meant for you, if you've been on your self-love healing grind for a while, if you have been working pretty hard on yourself, and if you've kind of gotten comfortable in your own, I wouldn't say isolation, but just in your own energy, being with yourself, if you've been very focused on healing yourself, on developing yourself, and love and romance have kind of either been something that you felt like, oh, that's not for me, because maybe you were still grieving the loss of a past partner, or maybe you had this idea that you're too old for love, or that love is a young person's game, which like you're only as young as you feel, and also there's no such thing as being too old for love. Love is the most natural energy in the universe, and we don't stop wanting that, or that doesn't stop happening for us unless we just intentionally push it away. There's no such thing as being too old for love, too old for relationships. There's no such thing as being too old to put yourself back out there. And I feel like for a lot of you, you're very selfless. Like, I think more than anything, this pile is very selfless, and in a lot of ways, you've had to give up the opportunity to explore these more exciting sides of life, either because of the responsibilities on your shoulders, or because you lost the person to do that with, through one of the options that I was explaining, or maybe you felt like you don't deserve that. And the biggest vibe that I'm getting is that so it was kind of interesting, is though this question is, why does this person / energy keep coming back? Your question might be, why am I feeling this energy in the first place? Why is this energy here? And I feel like we'll get to why, but one thing you need to know is that if you push this away, it's not going anywhere. Like, even if you push a specific person away, another person could still, and that person moves on, like another person could still come through and embody that same energy. Well, obviously what is meant for you won't miss you, but I definitely think that this energy could represent a specific person that you're really interested in getting to know, but maybe you feel like, no, like I like, for example, if you have children, you may be feeling like, is that fair to them? If you're a widower, you may be feeling like, is that okay? Is it too soon? And I don't have the answers to those questions. I've never been in your shoes, but what I do know is that nobody in your shoes has the right to tell you how to do that. And nobody has the right to tell, like, there's no such thing as the right timeline and the right, there's no right way to do things. And I feel like even if that's not your situation, it seems like there's a person, or the opportunity to be open to a person, that would not only be kind of like a wish come true with the genie here, but be a solid, committed connection for you. And you may be feeling like that type of love is like an indulgence. It's something that is not necessary, and that there are many more things that need your attention. And it's almost like you may just keep pushing the idea of this away, or a specific person that's embodying this energy that you could have with them away, because you may be thinking like, oh, I'm not ready yet, or, oh, I don't want to take away from my children, or I don't want to be selfish. And I think one of the things is like, you're not being selfish by allowing yourself to experience parts of life that no one else can experience for you, especially when you are a caretaker or a parent, or you care for others. It's very easy to forget about yourself, and it's very easy to start to believe that, like, allowing yourself to have something or allowing yourself to like have a life outside of that is selfish, and that's not the case. You know, obviously when you do have responsibilities and obligations, the way you balance it and the way things will work for you and like the logistics of it may be different, but that doesn't mean that it's wrong or bad for you to do that. And one thing an energy I'm getting especially is maybe if you've been thinking about this, like if you've met a specific person, maybe you've had friends that have like shamed you or said like, oh, it's too soon, or how could you do that to your children, or something like that. And that makes me like very angry on your behalf, because like nobody has the right to say that to you. And oftentimes you may find that people are just projecting their own wounds, fears, and beliefs onto you. So I feel like that's one thing that you may want to be aware of if you've been taking the advice of others. But I do think that like the idea of opening yourself back up to love, or opening yourself back up to a person after losing, you know, the love of your life, or losing or you know, a relationship ending. I definitely feel like you're a very selfless person who cares about, you know, making sure your family is happy and harmonious. And maybe for some of you, you don't have children, but the person that you're interested either has children, or maybe they're a widower, or they have gone through a divorce, and maybe you are single, and the idea of them having children and stuff like that is not something, I mean, obviously if you're not open to that, then I don't think that this would be the reading for you, the energy for you. But if, you know, you really like the person and you're kind of like, you know, open to the idea of putting yourself in a situation that's a bit different, a bit foreign to you, you know, you may need a sign that like you're not going to be like the evil step parent or something like that. You know, you may have that fear of like, you know, what if I disrupt things? What if I can't handle that? And really one thing is you won't know until you try and until you explore that. But I definitely get this huge vibe for a lot of you that you either know someone that you want to be involved with, and there are like complicated matters in terms of like family logistics. Like I'm kind of hearing Brady Bunch in my head right now, so like maybe both of you have children, and so the idea of like a blended family is something that's a little bit nervous. Like, you know, you may feel this guilt like, oh, my kids have already been through so much, I don't want to put them through more. But it's important to remember that your kids want you to be happy. And you know, not all kids, you know, sometimes kids act childish because, you know what, they're children. It's a lot scarier when they're adults. But you know, ultimately, like, your happiness matters, and you're not meant to just be this like selfless, egoless martyr for all others. It's important that you're happy too. If there's a part of you that's dissatisfied and yearning for something that you're denying yourself, like, you're also kind of role modeling that martyring yourself is okay, and denying fundamental parts of your humanity is okay, and that's not true. I definitely feel like this person, or the idea of letting love in again, whoever you are and whatever the semantics of your situation is something that you are a bit hesitant and fearful of, because one, you're protective of yourself, protective of your heart, afraid of going through something really hard again, afraid of being open to the challenges that might require, and also dealing with the guilt and shame that comes with just allowing yourself to have something that's purely for you. I definitely think maybe for some of you, the idea of commitment could be a little bit scary, especially if you've gone through a divorce, or if the person that you're involved with has gone through like some sort of hard or messy divorce. You may be like afraid that, you may be afraid of dealing with the, you know, the ex, or dealing with like the complications of that. And we'll get into this, but I feel like more than anything, this is if this reading is for you, you're definitely contemplating something that feels good and exciting to your heart, but to your mind it might feel scary, it might feel overwhelming. You might feel like you're being selfish, or that you're hurting others by choosing this. But it's also important to remember that, like, you know, kids aren't in your life forever. They do grow up, they do move on, they do, you know, it doesn't mean that, like, you know, your kid's gonna be 18 and like ditch you, of course, but like, you know, there will be a point in time when they are not as dependent on you as they are now, or they will continue to get less dependent as they grow. And you shouldn't feel like you have to cut yourself off from opportunities to feel loved and supported and cared for, especially when you give so much of it to yourself. I definitely think that Dalmatian Jasper could be a great stone for you to get, because it's a stone of like playfulness. And I really love it. And I really do think that I think there's a part of you that wonders if it's okay for you to be open to love and life again. And the answer is yes. This energy wouldn't be continuing to stick around in your life and in your psyche if it wasn't meant to be there. And I feel like, especially with the cheese fries, this is all about you recognizing that you are allowed to indulge. You are allowed to have things in your life that are purely for your own joy, that are for your own happiness. You know, that doesn't mean necessarily that like you dive head first into something new and change all things up, but at the very least, you got to explore it and see if there's something there, right? With the chimes card here, I definitely feel like there's a lot of different opinions you could be listening to. And I think the most important opinion to listen to is yourself. But also, if there are a lot of opinions that are echoing what I'm saying, like the fact that you deserve to be open again, that it's not selfish, I feel like you're being called to listen to that. But if there are people like shaming you and making you feel like you're being a bad person for doing that, especially if they've never walked in your shoes and they don't know your situation, I would chalk that up to like jealousy or judgment from people that don't have your best interests at heart. And I would definitely be aware of that. This person could be a Cancer person or an Aries person, especially because we have those fours there. So they could be like an Emperor type. I definitely think that even though there is that fear of you being open and letting that in, there's no saying that you have to take, like, you can take things as slow as you want. And I feel like with this Hermit card being here, I think you massively underestimate the work that you've done on yourself and how much healing you've actually done and the growth that has come from that. I also think that you may be catastrophizing things and maybe not looking at how things could be really beautiful and how things could, you could go from a story of a lovely lady or a story of a man named Brady. I'm thinking the Brady Bunch, they were, obviously it's a scripted show, but they created their own blended happy family, doesn't mean that everything was always happy, but that's how living with people is. And, obviously change is hard. And especially if you lost someone, like obviously anyone that comes into your life, they're not replacing who has passed. Like they're not replacing your children's like parent. They are filling shoes that person used to fill, but that doesn't mean that they're replacing them. There will always be that place there, like their memory, that the love that you have for them, the love that your children have for them, like that is something that is irreplaceable and will never go away. But the right person is going to keep that space and recognize that that they're not replacing that space, that they're a different person with a different purpose of being in your life, even though it may be similar to one in your past. The right kind of person will understand that there will always be a place in your heart, and like there will always be a part of your heart with that person. And rather than like be upset about that, they will support you in that. They will help you in that. And in fact, I wouldn't be shocked if maybe this person has gone through the same thing or understands what that's like. I definitely think that this person that's coming through, they either, and like I said, maybe for some of you, you don't know who this person is yet, but you feel like you're ready to put yourself out there again or open yourself up, and you're really holding back and hesitating because you're afraid of being judged, or afraid it's too soon, or you're doing something wrong, or you're afraid of having a past scenario happen again, like a breakup. Or maybe like I said, you've never, if those like situations don't resonate, but you do have someone in your life that you're interested in, or you feel like you're ready to be open to love, but you're very afraid of it because you're used to being independent, this is your reading. And I feel like with this Hermit card being here, the biggest thing is like you can take things as slow as you want, and the right person will be very patient. Signs that I'm seeing, like I said, Cancer. We have Virgo with the Hermit, and then 4 with Aries. Aries is also Emperor energy. 25, so you could be 25 or 52. February 5th or May 2nd could also be significant signs. Trying to see if I see anything else. 11, so Libra energy could be significant as well. Or the month of November, which would be Scorpio and Sagittarius energy. But pay less attention to signs and pay more attention to this type of person. Like, I think the right type of person is going to be someone that helps take care of you in ways that you care for others. There's someone that's going to be loyal. There's someone that is going to have that depth and be protective of you and caring of you, and be someone who is a family type person. I definitely think that this is someone who is not like this is someone who says what they mean and mean what they says. Like, this is someone who cares about others. This is someone who is kind and nurturing and has those similar qualities as well. This is someone who can match the energy you give to others so that you get that back yourself and recognize that you need it too, you know? So if that resonates, let's go ahead and get into your tarot. So of course, if it doesn't, feel free to pick another pile. This pile is pretty, what's the right word? It's pretty, well, I mean, it is significant, but specific. That's the word I was thinking of. But while I'm shuffling, I do just want to give a quick shout out to everyone who takes the time to leave me a like, a comment, a little subscribe if you're enjoying the reading. I can't tell you guys how much that helps me, and I just want to say thank you so much to everyone who takes the time to do that. And especially like leaving a like, that is one of the most helpful things you can do, and it also lets me know what you want to see more of, what you are enjoying. I know obviously not everyone is comfortable commenting, but thank you to everyone who takes the time to do so. That is so helpful. But even just leaving a like, very simple, very easy, and super helpful. So thank you to everyone who does that. But I think it's really interesting that you guys chose this deck because it's the Santa Muerte Tarot, and that kind of talks about like the saint of death, right? And I do think that like there has been a death of some kind, whether it's like, you know, an ending of a relationship, a literal death, or, you know, a death of a way of being, because death is not necessarily about literal death, but it's about significant change and things shifting. And I definitely think that there is a part of you that's ready to get back out there. And I feel like you've been contemplating it a lot. And I feel like this has all happened really naturally, and maybe you haven't anticipated it, but I feel like it's because the universe has kind of been signaling to you like it's time for you to do something for you now. It's time for, that doesn't mean that you throw the rest of your life by the wayside. It just means that you balance all that you're giving with a little bit for you to receive, and to have a support system again that can, and maybe for some of you, you never had that support system before, so it might be weird, but that doesn't mean you're any less deserving of it. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't have it. Just because it's foreign doesn't mean it's weird or wrong. Like, if it feels peaceful, if it feels good, if it feels light and uplifting, like those are very positive signs. And you know, you don't know until you see things through. And I feel like the right kind of person here especially will let you take things as slow as you're comfortable with. So I want to start by looking at why is this energy returning, or I guess why is it here? Because I feel like for some of you this is newer, but the returning part is more so about the fact that it's not going to go away. If you push it away and deny yourself, it's not going anywhere. You're still going to sit with it. And I feel like if it's a specific person, I do think they will be like loyal to you and open to you, unless you're completely uninterested or something like that. And like I said, even if this person does move on, I feel like it would, like another person would coming in with the same energy. Does that make sense? But like I said, what's meant for you won't miss you. Spirit, why is this energy in pile 2's life, and why will it keep returning? Queen of Pentacles, mama. So the Queen of Pentacles, I definitely see that as you. I definitely think it is something that is meant to help you keep taking those next steps. You know, the Queen of Pentacles, first of all, is a spouse card. It is also a motherly card, a parent card. Obviously, you don't have to be a woman for the Queen of Pentacles to resonate. This is just more of a feminine, grounded energy. And I definitely think that you deserve to have someone that can support you, you know? The Queen of Pentacles is abundant. The Queen of Pentacles is practical. The Queen of Pentacles is loving and nourishing. And the Queen of Pentacles is a bad bitch. And that is a gender neutral bad bitch. Anyone and everyone can be a bad bitch. And I really do think that the universe is wanting to help you not have to do it alone, and help you kind of feel like you can ascend to, well, I don't want to say ascend. I was thinking ascend because of the ladder, but I almost feel like you are ready for different lessons. And I feel like this is the natural next step after the necessary healing from whatever loss you've gone through, or whatever self-care you've needed to do in order to be open to love or recognize that you're lovable in the first place. Because like I said, I know I'm hammering home like the kids example, the widower example. That's not going to be for all of you. That doesn't mean just because that example doesn't resonate doesn't mean that's not for you. It's just the one I'm getting the most heavily. And so I'm just, like when I'm channeling, I'm kind of half here, so I always go towards wherever the most like powerful energy is. But like I said, the semantics may be different for you. But I feel like with the Queen of Pentacles, the reason why this is here is because you're ready for it. You are in a position where it's not out of reach, it's perfectly attainable, and it's something that you deserve to have. The only reason you couldn't have it is if you deny yourself and believe you're not worthy of it or you don't deserve it. I really do feel like the real reason why this is here is to just give you a part of life you've never gotten to experience at this depth, or help give back an experience of life that you thought that maybe you wouldn't have again, or that that part of life was over for you. And that's not true. Now, that doesn't mean that it'll be the exact same as it was. It'll certainly be different, but different doesn't mean bad. You can honor both the past and the present and the future, and those different relationships, and recognize that like those different people and relationships can't replace one another, but they are part of like the rich tapestry that makes up your life. And although, you know, it's hard like to lose things or be open to life again, and I can't even imagine like how hard it is to like move on after something like that, how hard it is to go through that grief. And I can completely understand the aversion to being open to that, the aversion to putting your family in an uncomfortable situation. But here's the thing, it'll only be uncomfortable until it's comfortable. Does that make sense? And I feel like the fact that happy family is here, whether these are your kids or the kids of a partner, if kids are involved whatsoever, that is, harmony is not only possible, but clearly something that can and will happen should you pursue this. And I think more than anything, even if there's no kids involved and this is just a person that you could be in a committed relationship with, it seems like it could be something very harmonious and very happy. And maybe if children is something that both of you want, that could be something that makes that happen. So now I want to see what this energy is trying to show you. So Spirit, what's this energy or person trying to show pile 2? The Chariot. What's being shown to you is that you can get a lot more done and move forward a lot more quickly when you have someone on your side helping you have more balance in your life. Not only that, the Chariot is literally all about victory. It's all about moving forward, and it's all about positive progress. I really love this Chariot card too, because there's like so much going on. And I feel like for you, also, the Chariot is Cancer energy, once again. So I definitely think that this person is coming into your life, or this energy that will eventually bring about a person like this. It's there to help you move forward in life in a way where you don't feel like life is over, in a way where you don't feel like you're going in circles, in a way where you feel like you have to delay or deny parts of your life until you think it's right or okay to do so. I feel like with the Chariot card here, this is a connection that can make life easier for you, in the sense that You're not carrying all these burdens by yourself. You're not carrying all your pain by yourself. You're not literally carrying all of life by yourself, you know? I think you found a sense of home within yourself, and that's really beautiful. But I also think that you and this person could build a sense of home together. And I think that that is something that the universe, like all that, that's a lot of what this healing has been all about for you. I also think with the Chariot card here, this is a lot about just experiencing a lot of the joys in life and, you know, being able to grow with someone, being able to do life with someone rather than, you know, doing it alone. And I think it's really interesting that we have the snail in the Chariot, because the Chariot is all about quick forward movement, and obviously the snail moves really slowly. So it seems like you could progress in life a lot more quickly with this person by your side, whether that's financially, whether that's around business goals, whether that's around just, you know, experiencing life in different ways. Helping you move forward in life so that you're not stuck in the past and denying yourself the opportunity for life because you're thinking about what's no longer here. You're thinking about what no longer is, and you're resisting that change. Now, I'm not saying that like you have to move forward or move on or do things differently like before you're ready. But I do think that this is coming to you. This is a timeless video, so it's meant for you whenever you find it. But I do feel like whenever this video is finding you and whenever this energy is resonating, it's because it's time. It's time for you to start being open to that, or it's time for you to let someone in that could be a really beautiful addition to your life. That doesn't mean that you go the whole 9 yards, but you won't know until you try. And I think at the very least, there's a part of you that does want that again, that does want that loyalty, that commitment, that sense of stability. And I think the universe is saying, hey, we hear you. We want you for that. We want that for you too. And in fact, if you're tired of life happening so slowly, if you're tired of feeling like life is happening in a very like black and white way where there's not much interesting happening, like this person is literally going to help bring color back into your life in an important way where things aren't as drab, things aren't as slow moving, life gets more exciting, you envision more possibilities for yourself, you don't feel like you have to do it alone, and so as a result, you know, you're able to move forward more quickly, you believe in yourself, you're more confident, and you're also able to recognize how much more you can get done when you allow yourself to indulge in those things that feel good, when you allow yourself to indulge in those connections and experiences that make your heart happy. Because one important thing that you never stop like having your own needs just because you care for others. And, you know, martyring yourself is not a virtue. And I think unfortunately we do act like martyr, like being a martyr is a commendable thing, but truly it's not. Like, I think we can almost get attached to the idea of martyring ourselves and deny ourselves the opportunity to have things that bring us joy and bring us happiness and that help us feel cared for and nurtured and loved. And I think the universe is saying, man, it's time for that. It's time for you to feel that love again. It's time for you to feel that support. It's time for you to accept the love that you so freely give to others. So what action/belief of yours is contributing to this energy, Spirit? What action/energy? We have all the healing that you've been doing, literally the ways in which you're letting go of the past, the ways in which you've been giving yourself that time and space to rest, to overcome, or to at the very least heal the wounds that have been too painful. Like, you wouldn't be ready for this energy again if you hadn't done so much when it comes to healing and growing. And I think that you've been in a very important phase of like a very important hermit mode phase, a very important phase of doing what's right for you, doing what you need in order to heal. And I feel like now Spirit is saying you've been doing that healing. It's time to bury a lot of those things that were holding you back, a lot of those things that were keeping you in this hermit energy. It's time to put that to rest, because now you've got new life to live and experience. And so I think Spirit is saying, you know, there's no such thing as being fully healed. And I don't like the idea that like we need to fully love ourselves in order to be loved by someone else, or that we need to be like fully healed in order to find love. But I do think what Spirit is saying is that you have healed your wounds enough in order to be open to this. And this is also just the universe really commending you on how hard you've worked to get to this point, and to recognize that you may think that you're not ready, or you may worry that you haven't done enough, but you've done more than enough. And in fact, I think you'll only see the evidence of that once you start putting yourself in these situations, and once you start opening yourself up to this. So now I want to see what is out of your control / what you need to release in this situation. So Spirit, what does pile 2? Okay, the Ace of Pentacles. So I definitely think what's out of your control and what you need to release is like how this unfolds and how quickly it happens. So I feel like, one, if you already know who this person is, you may be trying to anticipate like what is going to happen here, or when are they going to, when is there going to be an opportunity for me to like talk about this or start growing something more substantial. Like if you're waiting for like the what are we talk, and maybe you're avoiding that because you're like, I don't know if I'm ready for this. I think one thing that you need to let go of is the need to know when and how stronger foundations are going to be built. With the Ace of Pentacles, if there's no specific person here, then I definitely think that part of what you are meant to release is who, when, and how this opportunity is going to come to you and this love is going to come to you. What this energy is confirming is that it will come to you. And I do think that, you know, maybe Cancer season could be significant. This is a timeless reading, so whenever you're finding it, it may be more relevant if like Cancer season is coming up, but it could be at any point. I think more than anything, it's important to remember that aces are opportunities and new beginnings, and you don't know how things will grow until you just follow through with it, tend those seeds, continue to allow those seeds to grow and see how they unfold. I feel like with this Ace of Pentacles here, you may be almost like wanting to, you may be feeling afraid to like open yourself up or kind of explore something more solid because you're afraid of how it might evolve, or you're afraid of making that commitment and then realizing you're in over your head, or that it's too much for you. And I think the fact is that that's just a fear and it's not a reality. I think that you're more than equipped to handle what life is throwing your way. And I also think that you don't need to feel like you need to rush things. I think that part of building really solid foundations is about allowing things to unfold as they will, and trusting, and also being communicative and saying like, hey, you know, I need to take things slow, or I'm excited to see where things go, or you know, you can allow things to build slowly. Things don't have to happen all at once. But I do think the biggest thing out of your control is when these opportunities arise, and what's out of your control is the opportunities coming to you. Because actually, here's what's so interesting. There's so many pentacles here. And also there's a grasshopper. I don't know if grasshoppers are significant in any way, but I almost feel like even if, like, it could be the same person. Like, they could deny you. Like, you could deny them multiple times. Like, they could try to have something more and you're like, no, not yet, I'm not ready. I feel like Spirit's saying there will be multiple opportunities here. And if you're not ready for something, don't agree to it because you worry that you won't get an opportunity again. Because I feel like what Spirit is saying is that, like, these opportunities will come. You may not be able to control when and how, but you'll know they're the right opportunities for you, because even though they might scare you and you might be nervous about it, you'll know you're ready for it. It's like the difference between being afraid and nervous about, you know, starting a new job, or you know, going to a new school or something like that, versus being on top of a ledge and feeling that fear of like, oh, if I fall, that's it. You know what I mean? Like, there's different fears. Some fears are, hey, this is dangerous, we need to leave. And other fears are, this makes me nervous, this scares me, but I know I can do it. The last question that I was going to ask is, how can you stop this cycle from repeating? But I don't really feel like this is a cycle that you need to stop. So I think instead I'm just going to ask what guidance Spirit has for you when it comes to this situation and what you need to know about it. So Spirit, what guidance do you have for pile? Oh, so cute. And we have Temperance on the back of the deck. So I feel like what Spirit needs you to know is that the 10 of Cups, emotional fulfillment, literally, like, the 10 of Cups in tarot looks exactly like this happy family card. The Ten of Cups is not an illusion. The idea of emotional fulfillment and happiness and healing after challenging times is not impossible. It is not only something that is meant for you, but it is something that will happen for you so long as you don't get in your own way. The fact that we have Temperance here, I do think that no matter what your situation is, there will be a process of rebalancing and finding your balance with this person. And that takes time and patience and the willingness to like work together. And I think what's interesting is Temperance comes right after Death. So after a significant change, it takes time to rebalance things. And I do think that there will be a period of kind of needing to figure things out, and it might be kind of awkward, and there might need to be a lot of patience. But I feel like what Spirit is saying is that not only is this divinely guided, but I do think you will realize, like, I feel like there will be a part of you that I'm hearing A Year Without Rain by Selena Gomez in my head right now. And I think that's partially because I don't think you maybe realize how much you've actually kind of yearned for this energy and not realized that you did, because you may have felt like that was silly or foolish, or maybe you just didn't even, like, it's been so long since those needs have been filled that you're like, oh my God, I didn't realize how much this added to my life. And so I really do think with the Ten of Cups, what Spirit wants you to know is that it is safe to be open to love. It is safe to be open to these nurturing, loving energies. And in this emotional fulfillment, this sense of completion, this sense of joy with love and connection and family, and this sense of home. Like, look at this home. Home is where the heart is. And I really do feel like what Spirit is saying is to follow your heart in this situation and to do what's right. Don't let other people tell you what's right or wrong. Your emotional fulfillment and happiness is important, and that is an excellent thing to be as a role model, to be in a loving relationship, to have that emotional fulfillment. And I think that you need to let go of limited ideas about how you can be happy. And if you are wondering if it's even possible to have that or have it all, like, the answer is yes, and the universe is trying to give it to you so long as you don't block your own blessings. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and finish this reading off with some guidance for you. So to start, we have Planetary Wave, Soul Mission, Trust the Inner Call, Soul Team. So I feel like the person coming in, or this person, is part of your soul team, and it seems like you guys have some sort of soul mission together. For those of you that are widowed, it's quite possible that this person could have been divinely guided to you, and maybe like you could ask for signs from like heaven just around approval. Like, I feel like wind and wind chimes could be significant. It's almost like the universe is trying to communicate to you in subtle ways. But I feel like the fact that you're feeling this inner call towards this love or towards this person means that it's part of your mission right now. It's part of what you're meant to experience. And I feel like there may be a part of you that just really wants to deny that out of fear of being wrong or fear of losing it or whatever it may be. But Spirit is really saying, please do not deny yourself the beautiful aspects of life, the beautiful aspects of love, just because you think you don't deserve them or you feel like you've already had your time. Like, there's no such thing as having too much love or having too much there's no such thing as having too much love. And I definitely do think that that you wouldn't feel so drawn to this, or this person wouldn't be so adamant about you and about this connection if there wasn't something deeper there. But we also have surrender to what is. Flow with what is instead of fighting it. When you can't change a situation, compassionately accepting it as it is will bring you peace. I also think this surrender to what is about it is surrendering to the fact that you desire this, surrendering to the fact that, and look, like, there's even this like beautiful white dress, and all the figures in here are wearing white, which is like a beautiful energy of purity and peace. I definitely feel like you're really being called to surrender to the fact that just because your ego has ideas about how you should feel, or other people think you should feel a certain way, you can't deny your truth and can't deny what your soul's calling is. Nobody can do that for you. And I also think recognizing the fact that, surrendering to the fact that, hey, maybe you're not entirely ready for this, or hey, maybe you need to take things slowly, or hey, maybe you even just need to accept the fact that there might be more, that maybe you're just not done with love yet. Like, maybe you've had that idea, and you know, maybe the universe is saying, knock, knock, pile number 2. Actually, you're wrong. Surrender to that instead of resisting it, because you're literally just resisting something that's clearly calling to your soul. Beautiful. Yeah, we have destined, meant to be, have faith, believe. So I definitely think that if you don't know this person yet, but you've been feeling this energy, it is coming to you. And if you know this person and you're afraid of them getting tired of waiting for you, or getting impatient with you, or realizing that you're too much, or that you need to let go of that. In fact, the universe is like, just relax and surrender to how this unfolds, because whatever is meant to be will be. And I feel like you're meant to have faith that the universe wouldn't just bring something to your life to like torture you and make you yearn for it and not have it. The only way that would happen is if you created that situation for yourself and reinforced it for yourself. But we also have abundance as your birthright. And I definitely think that this person could help you with abundance. But I also think abundance is also recognizing the love within everything, and recognizing that love and support can come from so many different directions. And when a source of that love and support is no longer available to us, you know, the universe can and will find a way to bring it to us. And it might be different, it might be weird, it might be uncomfortable, and there might be a lot of challenging feelings with that, but that doesn't mean that you don't deserve it. You deserve all the beautiful things coming to you. We also have connect with nature, which I think is so interesting with like the wind card being here. I definitely think that the universe is really encouraging you. Like if you're having trouble getting in touch with your inner self, if you're having trouble listening to the signs or listening to what you should do, pay attention to the wind, pay attention to bells and wind chimes. Those could be confirmations or synchronicities. Blue butterflies could also be significant. But I also just think that connecting with nature can help you slow down and listen to yourself more. But we also have wealth. So I definitely think like a separate message could be that like money is coming to you. And that also wealth is so much more than just money. It can also be health. It can be love. It can be so many different things. So I definitely think that if you have goals surrounded by wealth, I do think that this energy could play a role in it. I also think that this person could help you with that. Any other interpretation, Spirit? I think also just seeing your worth and your value is important as well. But finally, we also have hard work. And I definitely think that this is referencing the fact that your life is not meant to be all hard work, that you have been you have worked so hard for so many things in your life, and the universe wants to make things a little bit easier for you. And the universe wants you to know that like all this work that you've been doing on yourself isn't for nothing, and the value of what you've learned from your healing journey and what you will continue to learn will just be something that continues to support you. Like what you've already learned, that healing is not going anywhere, but you'll continue to grow and learn and heal with others. And I think that's really what this next step and this next phase is about. So pile 2, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and show appreciation for my channel. So thank you so much to everyone who does that. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, like I said, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. If you want me to see your comment, I usually see comments when I first upload, so shout out to my notification squad. Y'all are the best. Other ways to support me, you can check out any readings in general, any readings with an extended. You can check out my merch, you can check out my candles, you can check out my social media. But I think that's it. So thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope this reading helped. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Rainbow Merkaba and Britt's Third Eye Tarot, this is going to be your reading on why does this person / energy keep coming back into your life. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. If this does not resonate for you, try a different pile. But we're going to go ahead and start by looking at the energies of this reading. So to start, we have Victory in reverse. We have the 12th house with subconscious, all things hidden, limiting beliefs, self-sacrifice, healing, endings, closure, spirituality, isolation, sorrow, intuition, dreams, unseen realm. We have bouquet, harmony, joy, novelty. We have the Wheel of Fortune with the clover. We have perseverance. And finally, we have candles. So there's two specific energies that I'm getting, and there might be some overlap, but you could resonate with both. But one instance I'm getting, this is an energy that you're experiencing in your life, and for the other people, I'm getting that this is a person in your life. So I'm going to start with the energy, because I think that that is going to be something that, even if there is a person included in this, those of you who fit into that group, you may resonate with this explanation as well. It could be that it seems like you keep hitting setbacks on a path that you feel like is meant for you. And I definitely think that if this is the case, you may be feeling like something is blocking you from feeling very successful, or it feels like things just aren't going your way. Like, even though you're putting in lots of hard work, you're not giving up. It seems like at times you may just be getting really frustrated. You may get burned out. It seems like the joy that whatever is on this path brings you, it seems like the lack of success that you feel right now, or the setbacks and delays that you're experiencing, are making it really hard for you to enjoy this path. And it may also be something that's making you just feel kind of burnt out. The fact that we have candles here, it may be something where you feel like you may be feeling like life is getting in your way, or that you're doing something wrong. But I also think there's an incredible amount of like perseverance within you, where you're like, I'm not giving up. I'm going to keep going. But I do think that there is a part of you that's like, is this going to be worth it in the end? Am I going to see the success that I'm looking for? Am I going to be like victorious on this path? And the answer is yes. I definitely feel like there are elements outside of your control here. For whatever reason, we'll look at that in the tarot. But I do think that just because things are not flowing very easily doesn't mean that you're not on the right path. I definitely think that if this is not about a person, but this is about an energy, like the energy that I'm describing is an energy where it just seems like you can't get a break. Like, you're not giving up, you're continuing to work hard, you're doing the best you can, you're trying to find the joy in it, you're trying to stay peaceful and not let the setbacks frustrate you, not let yourself get to a place of burnout. But I do think that there is a part of you that is starting to wonder, like, am I supposed to be doing this? Like, is the universe trying to tell me something? Or like, what is going on here? Why do I keep experiencing these setbacks? And if this is the path that I'm meant to be on, why is it so challenging? Why is it not flowing as easily as I thought? So if that resonates with you, that is one interpretation that we're going to be looking at. The second interpretation that I'm getting is that this is a person that you've been on and off with for quite some time. And if I'm being honest, this is definitely a situation where it seems like things were really good in the beginning. The fact that we have joy, harmony, novelty. And it seems like, despite a desire for you to get back there, and seemingly this person's desire to get back there, it's just not happening. Anytime you could be back in that harmonious place, it seems like this person either sabotages it, or something outside sabotages it. Now, I'm not gonna lie, the vibe that I'm getting from this person is definitely one that's not my favorite. Now, obviously, you are your own judge of character and you know what's best for you, but I definitely feel like this is someone where, if you're in a relationship with them, or if you're in an on and off relationship with them, it just seems like the bad times outweigh the good, and it seems like you can't really trust this person. And honestly, one vibe that I'm getting is that this person may have kind of a loser mentality, where they don't like to see other people win, where they like tearing other people down, or they shit on your successes or are intimidated by your successes. Maybe anytime you do something for yourself, or anytime you do something that this person is secretly jealous of, they find a way to tear you down, or find a way to lessen the excitement. So it's like, maybe you're personally experiencing a lot of success, but that's coming at the cost of connecting with this person, which I would say is an important sign that maybe they are inhibiting your ability to enjoy your success. Or if you resonate with both, which I'm not fully done with the second one, if you resonate with both, this person could be playing a role in the delays and setbacks you're experiencing in your personal life and in your personal journey. The fact that we have perseverance here, I definitely think that there are themes of self-sacrifice and discipline. We even have self-sacrifice here again. And needing to do the hard thing in order to do the right thing. And I think that there is a part of you that may be resistant to letting go of this person. Maybe because you feel like they were brought on your path for a reason. Maybe because you feel like they've gone through a lot, they have a lot of wounds, and like you're a light for them in their darkness, or maybe they are also a light for you. But it seems like this person, if this is a person, they are bringing more darkness to your life than light. And I think what's really confusing and frustrating for you is that you know that this person has the capacity to be able to bring that. But I would caution you in saying that if that was only present in the very beginning of the connection and it's never gotten back to that place, or it only goes back to that place when this person feels like being in that energy, when this person feels like showing up, and when this person feels like not rocking the boat, then that's definitely a sign that this person is intentionally keeping things in a place where they aren't good, almost as a way like maybe to control you, or a way to keep you reliant or dependent on them, or if not dependent on them, dependent on the validation, on the joy and love and harmony that they can bring. I'm not gonna lie, for a lot of you, I'm getting the vibe that this person, I'm not here to diagnose anyone. I am not here to say who or what this person is, but they are displaying some kind of narcissistic traits. Now, before you are like, oh my God, I can't believe you're using the term narcissism as like a descriptor existed for way longer than the diagnostic term of narcissistic personality disorder has existed. So I'm not saying that this person has narcissistic personality disorder. That would be a diagnosis that they would have to get, and I am not qualified to do that. However, I am saying that this person is displaying narcissistic traits, and narcissistic traits, anyone can express those in certain ways. Anyone can have them, and you don't have to have narcissistic personality disorder in order to have narcissistic traits. And even then, even if this person has narcissistic personality disorder, that does not mean that they are evil, that they are a villain, that they are a monster. What it means is that that person has experienced some sort of extreme trauma in their life that has fundamentally changed their personality, where they look at the world and operate in the world through this disordered personality that is, one, based on very deep wounds, but two, something that is and with me saying that doesn't erase the hardship and the like abuse, like that doesn't excuse their behavior or the way that they act. But what I am saying is like, I'm not here to dog on this person, and I'm also not here to diagnose this person. But what I'm saying is that there is nuance to language, and I'm explaining this very meticulously because I'm not sitting here being like, this person's a narcissist. No, what I'm saying is that they are displaying those traits, and I'm going to get into why. But that doesn't mean that they are that. That doesn't mean that they have like a full-blown personality disorder. This is not a diagnostic term. This is a descriptive term. And this descriptive term has existed far, far, far longer than the diagnostic term. And so if anyone tells you not to use that term because it's only for psychology, as a person who graduated with a degree in psychology, that is not the case. Rant over. And you're welcome to disagree with me, but I disagree with you. Anyway, you're not going to change my mind. So anyway, especially as someone who was in a relationship with someone with NPD diagnosed. So I know a little bit of what I'm talking about. Anyway, not everything. I'm not a genius, but what I will say is that limiting beliefs can really hold you back. And It's really funny because we have that here. So I definitely think that there is a part of you that is holding on to what the potential of this person could be, or the breadcrumbing that they give you, rather than the reality of their behavior. I definitely feel like they are not fully honest with you, and I definitely think that they know how to use language to be manipulative, or depending on how well they know you. I definitely think that there could be this element of knowing how to hurt you, knowing how to push your buttons, and knowing how to literally kick you where it hurts if you do anything to trigger or upset them. And that could be the smallest thing. Like, you could literally just be like, oh, I got a promotion at work, and then that makes them upset, and then, you know, and they can't like be happy for you. They can't let you enjoy something. This person could be the type of person to really enjoy the beginnings of things, to enjoy the novelty of things, and like the new exciting things. But then once things get real, once they have to start being more open, once they have to start revealing who they are, oh no, that doesn't work for them. So then they start the hot and cold routine. Then they run back. This is someone who kind of feeds on attention and familiarity. And that's not to say that they don't have feelings for you or that they don't care about you, but with a person like this, their ability to be a good partner and to be a supportive and healthy partner, that is not as much of a priority as feeding their ego, as making sure that their view of themselves is reflected back at them in the world. And also with candles here, I do feel like this person might kind of get off on sucking the life out of people, and then getting this idea of like, oh, okay, like then coming back around, instilling hope. Like, I'm literally thinking of the Dennis system from It's Always Sunny. Demonstrate interest, engage physically or emotionally. I can't remember the rest of them. I wish I could, but if you look up the Dennis system from It's Always Sunny, like, it really, like, this person kind of has that vibe. And I also like would not be shocked if when they disappear, they're doing the same thing with other people. Even I would not, like, if I'm being honest, if this is a person, I wouldn't trust them. If this is someone who tells you, do you know how lucky you are to be with me? Like, we're destined to be together. If this is someone that uses therapy terms or spiritual terms as a way to manipulate you, that is something to be aware of. Like, there's nothing scarier than someone with no desire to grow and evolve their perspective, and going to therapy, going to these, getting help, but then just using it to continue their own BS and hide behind like those terms. And there may be this part of you that feels like, oh, well, I don't want to give up on them. And I think the thing is that this person too can use, whenever they feel like they've lost power over you, or that they no longer feel like secure in the fact that they no longer feel like they have you, that they have power over you, they may start to then use like guilt trips, like talking about their traumas or their wounds, or talking about, you know, how much they love you and care about you, and start love bombing you and make you believe like, we just need to work through this, like, I promise I'll change, I'll get help. And that's not always, this is a person where you have to trust their actions, not their words. And I think that their actions will speak a lot louder than that. And also, I think that this person, their actions, like, this is not someone that's consistent. This is not someone that follows through on what they say. This is someone who has an extreme deficit of light and love within themselves. And because of that, they believe that it's either not real, or that they're triggered by it in others, and they enjoy leveling, so bringing other people down to their level. And I think that this person is exceptionally good at victimizing themselves and pulling on the sympathies of other people. An example that I'm getting, I feel like this is really bad, I shouldn't be using like a human example, but I shouldn't do it. I shouldn't do it, but there is one example that I really want to use. I feel like it's wrong. I'm like trying to think of I'm trying to think of an example that's, well, I guess if it's reality TV, it's fair game, right? Like an example that I'm thinking of is if you've ever seen 90 Day Fiance or even heard of it, you've probably heard of Big Ed. That man is a piece of work. And like, for example, there's an on and off relationship between him and this other woman, and like the progression of like, it just seems like he sucked the life out of her. But also, like, I'm not sitting here and gonna like comment on that, but like he is a textbook example of someone who, you know, talks about how much they want love and how much they want, you know, they want this like happily ever after, but they're like not at all interested in actually like putting in the work to do that. It definitely, like, I don't know. I'm not here to like tear people down, but if you look at Big Ed and his relationships, you can kind of get the idea like of the type of person we're talking about, because you start to see the pattern, and no matter what they say, you know, like he does a very good job of acting like he is not the problem and that, you know, he just hasn't found love yet, but then he takes no accountability for, you know, the ways in which he nags people, the ways in which he's just not a very loving person, doesn't really. Point being, this is someone who you can go round and round and round and round with and never really get anywhere, because this is their game. And they love the feeling of other people loving them. They love the feeling of being desired. They love the feeling of being wanted. And they love knowing when they have like power over someone, when they have control over someone. And oftentimes a person like this will use emotional drama, will use arguments, will use the woe is me, pity me act, like anything like that, to make you feel bad for them, to evoke sympathy. And they only use that when they feel like they're losing control. I definitely think that this person has fed you ideas of like that things can get better, that they can change, like that they can grow. But then it's just the same old thing over and over and over again. And I'm really sorry that I have to give this message, but also like you need to hear this stuff if this is about a person. Obviously, this is a general reading and the level of extremes here may be very different, but you don't deserve to be on this merry-go-round of bullshit with this person. And I also feel like with this candles thing here, like like you're not the only person that this person is doing this to. Like this is someone who, even if things are going well with them, they're still like they're still thinking about, you know, getting that supply from other people as well. And they may very well be, I just wouldn't trust a word that this person says. I wouldn't trust anything. And the fact that they may try to tear you down and make you feel like you are so lucky to have them in your life and that you could not survive without them, or that you know, it'll be the biggest mistake of your life if you let them go, I have to disagree. So for the people that resonated with the first, with only the first, I'm sorry you had to sit through all that, but for the people that resonate with the second or both definitions, this is definitely very important to hear, because you can waste years. Like this is a type of situation, like you can lose like years off your life for just dealing with the energy suck. This is an energy vampire. This is someone who has a void within themselves that they don't know how to fill, and so they look outside of themselves to do that. This is someone who deals with extreme self-loathing, who deals with extreme problems, and rather than actually seeking the help to change that, they find ways to enable the problematic ways in which they operate. I know I'm being brutal, but this person, I'm being honest, like I'm telling it like it is. And if that's not resonating, like if that doesn't sound like your person, then this is not your pile. But for those of you who this is, I wouldn't believe a damn word they said. I wouldn't believe them if they said the sky was blue. I would be like, you know what? Actually, maybe it's not, because And a lot of the reason why I'm being so honest is because every single person watching this deserves better. You are not in alignment with this person. The only reason you're in alignment is because they keep tearing you down to bring you back to their level. Why? Because you are naturally, I don't want to say a better person, because I don't believe in the idea that like we're better than others, but you are a more mature person. You're a healthier person. You are someone who can anchor energies of love. You have a winner's mentality. Don't let a loser drag you down. You know what the difference between winners and losers is? Winners love to see other people win. Losers can't stand to see anyone win. So if this person can't be happy for you, can't be happy for others, if they tear you down, if they tear others down, if they say really mean and nasty things about people in their past or people in their life, what do you think they're saying about you behind your back? This is someone who enjoys, like I said, the beginnings of things. This is someone who enjoys the novelty of things. They don't see people as humans. They see people as extensions of themselves and extensions of what they can get from them. And I really do feel like, especially if you're a spiritual person, this person could be into spirituality, and they could be very good at using those terms in order to think of it this way. People like that don't say the things that they say because they genuinely believe them. I mean, maybe they do in the moment, but I don't think that's always it. Think of it rather as, oh, if I say this, it's almost like a code. That like when they say that code, that's going to get a positive response from you. So rather than looking at the content of what they're actually saying, look at why they're saying it, the intent behind why they're saying it. And have their actions ever followed through with the things that they've said? Because I guarantee you that this person has said similar things to you over and over and over and never followed through. I wouldn't trust this person to pick me up and take me to the airport on time. I wouldn't trust this person with my wallet out on the table. I know I'm being brutal, but like, I think that this person is very good at being elusive, very good at not having their bullshit aired on blast. And that ends today, because this is literally someone who is dragging you down unnecessarily. And if you're like, why are things so hard? Like, why? Like, what am I doing? You're not doing anything wrong. The only thing that you're doing wrong is continuing to give this person the benefit of the doubt when they continue to disappoint you and when they continue to do the same old thing every single time. This person is so lucky that they don't know me, because I would have no problem saying this stuff to their face. And here's the thing. I believe everyone deserves compassion, but I have a hard time being compassionate right now because I'm not unbiased. I'm biased towards you. You're here for the reading. I care about you. I care about your happiness. And it's clear that no matter what, even if you're just resonating with the energy part, I do think that there could be people in your life that do not want to see you succeed. And that makes me so sad. And that is not fair to you. And also, sometimes, like, who needs enemies when you have friends and lovers like this? You know what I mean? Who we surround ourselves with can really dictate who we become and who we are. Birds of a feather, you know what I mean? Oh, okay. I need to breathe. I'm getting like fired up. I just want to start ranting and like, the ego part of me, the part of me that wants to protect you, like, she could get off on like telling this person what I truly think. But that's not right, and that's not my place. And the spiritual part of me, the more loving part of me, recognizes that all of that energy comes from a place of deep woundedness. Doesn't excuse what they're doing, doesn't excuse their behavior, doesn't mean it's okay or that you should put up with it, but it does mean that you shouldn't stoop to their level, or, you know, with energy like this, man, it's hard. And I think the thing is that it's so easy for a person like this to prey on the emotions of others because, like I said, they don't say things from a place of genuine authenticity. They might genuinely, authentically feel something in the moment, but there's no, like, once that novelty wears off, once the new shiny toy effect wears off, then you know, you're getting how they authentically feel in that moment, which is usually a lot more negative, which is usually a lot more argumentative, mean, cruel. And I don't like that for you. I really don't. You deserve better. And once again, I apologize if you only resonate with the first bit, but the second example takes a lot more nuance. And also I'm just getting heated. So I have to like, there's no such thing as a truly objective reader. I try my best, but sometimes I can and will be biased towards you because I care. And I won't apologize for that. Okay, so with that being said, I do want to go ahead and take a second to thank everyone who takes the time to leave me a like, a little comment, or subscribe. Like, that stuff helps me more than y'all realize. And, you know, I just really appreciate those of you who appreciate my honesty and things like that. So we're going to go ahead and start by looking at why does this energy, so if it's the energy, it's this feeling of success being delayed, like things just aren't working out. And if it's this person, we already know what I'm talking about there. So why does this person / energy keep returning? And I guess too, one thing that we could say too is also like, maybe this isn't just one person. Maybe this is a cycle where you meet someone new and then they fall into the same pattern. So it could also be that. We have Judgment. Okay, literally, why does this person and this energy keep coming back into your life? Because it's meant to help you transform and help you see more clearly. Because people like this, you can't take them at face value. You can't take them for their words. You can't, oftentimes people like this are incredibly charming. They are very good at saying what they're very good at like charming people, because they're not saying things from a place of authenticity. They're saying things as codes. Oh, if I say this, I'll get a positive response. They don't look at words the same way we do. They don't use words the same way we do. Does that make sense? And this person has a disconnection from their emotions that may be hard for you to understand because you just couldn't imagine treating other people that way. And that's understandable. It doesn't make you stupid. It doesn't make you an idiot for believing them. It makes them an asshole for doing that. It makes them really honestly pathetic for feeling like they need to act that way in order to get what they want from people. And it's really sad that they don't recognize the fact that they would be so much happier if they did do the challenging thing of facing themselves, of working on themselves, you know, especially if this is a personality disorder. Like, personality disorders do not just go away overnight. Like, you have to genuinely like want to change and genuinely want to be a better person. And everybody has that capacity. And I don't want to say that like this person is like beyond hope or anything like that, but you can't change this person yourself. This person can only do that themselves. And I commend anyone who has been diagnosed with a personality disorder and is doing that work to change. Like, that is incredible. Good on you. And you deserve that healing. You deserve all of that growth and freedom. And, you know, I promise you it is so worth it. I know it's hard, but it's so worth it. And yeah, anyway, I'm not here to go on a whole diatribe about personality disorders. So with Judgment being here, I think that if the first explanation resonated, where this is more about like an energy, then I definitely think that these delays and these setbacks are teaching you very necessary, it's character development. And it's also development of your own will, development of your own perseverance, and the ability to trust in the universe's path for us, even when we don't understand why something is happening or why things aren't flowing. With Judgment here, this is an ability to see through the challenges, see through the setbacks, and rather than take those as a meaning that, oh, we should just stop, or oh, we should abandon our dreams or give up, rather, okay, this is a setback. Okay, this is frustrating. How can I support myself through this? And is there anything contributing to these setbacks? I think more than anything, these setbacks are less about the setbacks themselves and more about the transformation that occurs as a result of these setbacks. I also think a person like this, if this is a person, they are also meant to help you awaken and evolve beyond the drama and crap like this. I will say myself, I learned a lot from the person I dated within PD. And I transformed a lot. I don't regret it because I learned so much, and I you know, and now I'm able to see that behavior a mile away before I would ever get involved with someone like that. And you know, like that benefited me greatly. Like it wasn't fun, it sucked a lot, but I grew and I learned, and I will not be susceptible to the same energies anymore because I'm able to recognize them. And with this Judgment card, like, this is so fitting because it's literally your ability to see through appearances, see through what people want you to see, and see the reality, because energy doesn't lie. If you feel there is something is off, you don't need to wait for evidence for it to show up, because you will be kicking yourself when your intuitive evidence is confirmed, and it's usually going to be confirmed in a crappy way, right? And I also think that a situation like this, getting out of this cycle with a person like this, you learn how they behave, you learn how they operate, and then you are able to make better decisions and protect yourself from people like that in the future. Also, the transformation that occurs as a result, like a person like this, while they may be dragging you down in the short term, they are helping you so much in the long run, because not only are you going to grow from all the BS that you've had to deal with, but, and let me be clear, that doesn't mean like a person like this doesn't come into your life like just to teach you lessons. Like, I think, you know, connection is hard, and like I think these sorts of traits are more common maybe than we realize, especially because people with these traits don't typically seek help. So like documentation of these things is not very like, the research and the understanding of traits like this, and on a psychological level, like the rates at which people have this are not accurate, because most people wouldn't seek treatment for this in the first place. But anyway, Judgment, like with Judgment being here, I just definitely think that this is a lot about seeing clearly and seeing that the love that you deserve is not going to come from this type of person, because their whole world is not about connecting with others. It's not about love. It's about securing their ego. It's about inflating their ego. It's about trying to fill the void within, because they either don't believe in or don't acknowledge or don't understand that there is something greater and something higher than just themselves. So I really do think that this is a lot about transformation. This is a lot about growth, and it's about, and really the reason why this keeps coming back is it's not going to stop until you see it. It's not going to stop until you see through it and recognize, like, oh, this is not serving me. This is not like this. Pay attention to how you feel after you interact with people like this. Do you feel good about yourself? Do you feel uplifted? Or do you feel drained? Do you feel depleted? Do you feel exhausted? Do you feel anxious, stressed? How does your body feel when you talk to them? You know, do you feel anxious? Do you feel a pit in your stomach? Or do you feel excited? Do you feel love? Like, your body and your emotions and your energy will reveal how you really feel about a person, no matter how hard you try to convince yourself that, no matter how hard you try to convince yourself otherwise. And it's mainly about listening to it. So now I want to see, what is this person / energy trying to show you? So Spirit, what is this person or energy trying to show pile 3? We have the 8 of Cups. So if you resonated with the energy of setbacks, this energy is trying to show you that dwelling on the setbacks doesn't serve you whatsoever. That in fact, setbacks are part of life, delays are a part of life, and there will just be times where we don't understand why things aren't flowing as easily, why things are slowing down. And it may be that you're not even doing anything wrong. It may be that there are other elements outside of you that you're needing to wait on for them to happen at the right time. Like an example that I'm thinking of, if you've ever heard of Alana Fairchild, I talk about her a lot. She's an incredible spiritual creator. I use a lot of her decks. I also have basically all of her books and decks. And in one of her books, she talks about how she had manuscripts for books written for 10 years before they were published. And throughout the years, she thought, oh, like maybe these books aren't meant to be published. But the reality is they were. It's just her publisher wasn't ready yet. And so she had to wait until the publisher that was meant to publish her books was here and ready and set up. And so, you know, there was nothing wrong with what she created. It's not that she wasn't meant to share it with the world. It's just that it wasn't time yet. And so with an example like that, if you have something that you're working towards and it seems like it's not working out, the focus on it not working out is not going to bring you any closer to your goals. In fact, it's probably going to make you agitated. It's probably going to make you feel doubt. It's probably going to make you start to overthink things. And that is something that's not helping you move towards what is truly meaningful for you on this path. And so I feel like with the Eight of Cups being here, if you resonate with the first explanation, then I definitely think that this is a lot about looking at the positives, not allowing the setbacks to get you stuck in a negative mindset to the point where you start to get down on yourself, you start to doubt your purpose or doubt the way that the universe is guiding you, because there are so many things that we don't see. And I definitely feel like with the 12th house here, like there could be things that your brain interprets as like, oh, you doing something wrong, or as the universe like punishing you or holding you back, when in reality it has nothing to do with that, and it's just like your brain story that you're telling yourself. So I definitely think that spirit is really asking you to not get emotionally attached to the setbacks and disappointments that you experience, because that's normal in any career, even if you're passionate and love it. I can even use myself as an example. Like, this has not been smooth sailing. I have not woken up every single day and been super excited to do it. There have been times where I have just been like, am I doing the right thing? Like, should I still be doing this? Like dealing with imposter syndrome. Like there's so much that we deal with even when we love what we do. And so it's important to remember that just because you don't 100% love what you do all the time, or just because you feel frustrated sometimes, or you feel like you're being held back, doesn't mean you're doing the wrong thing. It just means you're human, and it just means that we go through cycles, and all of these energies serve and they teach us. And one beautiful thing is that you can always come back to that original love and recognize, like, oh yeah, this is why I do this thing. This is why I'm meant to be doing this. And you will always come back to that, and you will know. You will feel in your heart when you're ready to let go of something, or when you're ready to let go of a path. Now, with that being said, what is the person trying to show you? If this is an energy, that it's time to move on from this. The Eight of Cups is literally about moving forward and moving up, you know? And notice how all these cups are spilled. Like, this is a lot about recognizing that there has been a lot of pain here. There has been a lot of hardship here. This has not been an easy road. And it is completely understandable that you have had a lot of love and a lot of investment in this person. But what you need to know and understand is that you're not responsible for their happiness, and you're not responsible for their healing. And they're not going to change for anyone but themselves. And if you know how hard it is to change yourself, then you'll know how impossible it is to change someone else. It is beautiful to want better for others. It is beautiful to want to love others and be there for them. But if being there for them comes at betraying yourself or sacrificing yourself and your happiness and your joy, that is not healthy. That is not okay for you, not okay towards you. That is a form of self-betrayal. And I definitely think that Spirit is really saying it's time to move up. Not just move on, but move up. Because there's nothing but darkness and the same old coming from this person. What they're meant to show you is that you're not losing anything by letting go of this. The only thing you're losing is however many pounds this person is of dead weight. I'm being so mean, but like I'm sorry. Please forgive me, guys. I don't like being this mean. I just feel very like defensive on your behalf, and I'm so frustrated on your behalf, because like it's just so I just have a special kind of like anger towards, you know, people that use their little codes to manipulate others' emotions. And I think what this person is showing you is that although it's hard to let go, although it's hard to sacrifice things that we're attached to, that we care about, that we love, because we can still love someone even if they don't hold the same love for us, and that's okay. That doesn't make you stupid. That doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It's a very, very beautiful thing to hold love for someone even when they can't do the same. But if you are loving that person at the expense of loving yourself, at the expense of doing right by yourself, then that is not something that the universe wants for you. And I think that the universe is not bringing this person back. This person keeps coming back. And it's about you recognizing that they can only come back if you continue to accept them, if you continue to let them do that, if you continue to allow them to weasel their way back in with the same old BS, you know? And that's not me like blaming you. It's just about awareness and recognizing that, you know, these guilt trips, these manipulation tactics, they may not see them as such. In their mind, they're literally just doing what they can to have whatever energy they want from you, whatever validation, whatever attention they want from you. But an outsider's perspective, someone that's not in their distorted perspective, is going to recognize, yeah, that's manipulation. Yeah, that's not okay. Anyway, I want to see what is out of your control in this situation / what you need to release. So for pile 3 spirit, what is out of their control and what do they need to release? We have the 10 of Wands. So I definitely think if this is an energy that you're dealing with, one thing that you need to release is how much you have on your plate. You might be juggling way too many things, and that could be part of the reason why you feel burnt out or why you feel like so many setbacks. It could be that you're focusing your attention on like too many things, or you are trying to balance like your own path with like other people's needs to the point where you're not really able to give yourself and your path the full time and attention. Anything that is burdening you to the point of like exhaustion, burnout, stress, that is not necessary for you to be on your path, that is more like something that you're doing to go out of your way or you're doing to help others. I really think you're being called to release the things that are unnecessary to juggle. You're not obligated to help other people in that way. You may feel like you need to, and I think that you're really being asked to let go of that. Now, if this is a person, I definitely think that you're being asked to release the need to continue juggling yourself, your life, your own issues, and then everything that they're bringing in too. It seems like they make it your responsibility. Like if they're upset, it's your fault. If they stop talking to you, it's your fault. And you may feel like it's always your responsibility. You may feel like you have to walk on eggshells around this person, that you have to continue to juggle all of their different emotional states and different behaviors and hot and cold energies. And I think what Spirit is really saying is that this is a burden that is so unnecessary for you to carry, and it may be taking a lot of important mental time and energy away from you. So I feel like with this 10 of Wands, if it's an energy, you're really being called to release the things that you're juggling unnecessarily with the things that are necessary for you. Because I do think part of your setbacks could be that you know, you're dedicating yourself to too many things at once, and so you don't have enough like energy just for yourself to like decompress, and it can make it a lot harder to deal with setbacks and frustration when that happens, because we're not getting any recuperation, we're not getting any rest. And you know, if this is a person, I really feel like you're being called to release the need to feel responsible for their behavior, the need to feel responsible for this connection, and the need to carry it. You know, you're not responsible for this person's emotions. You're not like, they're allowed to feel however they feel about the ways in which you choose to live your life, but you don't have to feel guilty about their feelings. You're not responsible for their feelings. You're not responsible for their outbursts. You're not responsible for their BS. And feeling like you are is something that you need to release, because it's a burden that is not yours to carry, and it is a burden that they will continue to try to place on you so long as you let them. So now I want to see what actions / beliefs of yours may be contributing to this dynamic. So Spirit, what actions / beliefs? The Page of Pentacles. Okay, so I definitely think that if this is just an energy, the actions / beliefs that may be contributing to this is like beliefs that you're not ready yet. Like there could be some things that you feel like you know you want to do, but you keep delaying it or going for it because you worry that like you're not ready yet, or that you're not knowledgeable enough yet, or that there's still more for you to study, or still more for you to learn. But the thing is that we learn a lot by doing. So if you've been like, part of the reason you could be experiencing setbacks is from this idea that you don't know enough yet to take action. Dude, I was reading tarot for maybe like 5 months before I started my channel. Like, that's kind of crazy to think, but oh no, not even, I think 4 months. But when you feel that calling, you know, you just got to listen to it, right? And you never know what it's going to turn into. And I've learned so much just through doing this, you know? And I think one thing is like, if you feel like if you've been feeling like you need to take this action, but then you keep stopping yourself because you're like, wait, I'm not ready, or I need to do this, I need to do that. I think that you are continuing to make those setbacks happen because you're not taking action on what you feel is right. Like, you're creating doubt within yourself, and you're making yourself feel like you're less knowledgeable than you really are, or that you're not ready yet. If you truly weren't ready, you wouldn't feel the call to do it in the first place. Now, if this is a person, the action/behaviors that could be contributing to this is a belief that, one, this person just needs time to, like, I feel like more than anything with this Page of Pentacles here, if this person makes you feel small, it could be partially that, like, you are, I don't want to say, like, allowing them to make you feel small, because that sounds, like, very, like, victim blamey, and, like, I'm not blaming you for any of this. Like, narcissistic abuse, or just, like, dealing with people that have narcissistic traits, that happens to so many people, like, so many people, and it's not something that makes you dumb. Like, they're wired differently, and the wires only change unless they want to get in there and change the wiring themselves. But you may be feeling like, well, I just need to learn more, well, I just need to, like, humble myself, or I feel like you may humble yourself in front of this person, or dumb yourself down because you're afraid of challenging them, or afraid of seeing things as they are. It's almost like you may intentionally or unintentionally be a little bit naive, or want to believe what they're telling you because you care about them, because you want things to be good and harmonious within the relationship. But I think that you know, and I know, that you have a lot more awareness about this situation than you're wanting to admit to yourself. And you have more awareness that if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck, it's probably a duck, right? So, and by that, I'm not calling your person a duck. I'm just saying, if they're acting like this, if this energy is resonating, it's probably confirming what you already felt. Like, you wouldn't be continuing to watch this after I dog on this person if it wasn't resonating. You know what I mean? Unless you're the other definition. But I also just think with the Page of Pentacles, I think that you are not trusting in your own wisdom. And I feel like you're making yourself feel like, well, I could be wrong. Like, maybe they are going to really change this time. Maybe they are really going to grow. And I think there is a part of you that really wants to see that in them, that really wants to invest in them, and really wants to see them grow. And that's a beautiful thing. But they are actively stopping your growth. They are not growing at all. They are just going in circles, and they just want you to stay in that little merry-go-round with them. And the only way to get off is for you to literally do it yourself, and have the courage to recognize that even if it's painful to let them go, even if it's hard to know that you're disappointing them or hurting them, that you don't deserve to be in a situation where their emotions are more important than yours, where their pain is more important than all of the pain that they've put you through. That's not right for you. And I also think that you may be allowing them or believing them when they belittle you, or make you think that you're less than, or that you don't know enough, especially if they're older than you. And even if they're older than you, you're way more mature than them. You have way more wisdom than them. And that's part of the reason why they try to make you feel small and stupid. So pay attention to that. I wish I could give you a big hug. I'm once again, like, I'm sorry. But I'm not. Like, I wouldn't sit here and lie to you. Like, that would be way worse. I could probably deliver this message with more grace, but that comes with maturity, and I'm still learning to mature. But finally, I want to finish off with how can you stop this cycle from repeating? So, Spirit, how can pile 3 stop this cycle from repeating? We have the Hermit. Okay, so, oh, beautiful. And we have on the back of the deck, we have the 2 of Cups. So, first of all, if this is a person, one thing I need you to know is that there is someone or multiple options out there that will show you the love that you actually deserve. And when you meet those people or get involved with those people, it is going to be night and day. You're going to be like, holy crap. Like, I cannot believe I spent so much time on this person. Like, I can't believe, I can't believe it took me that long to get out. And here's what I'm going to say. Don't beat yourself up for that. Okay. It takes us as long as it takes us. And if you still continue to go in this merry-go-round with this person, do not shame yourself. Be aware of it, observe it, recognize that it's not changing, that it's, even if they change for a little bit. Is it a week? Is it a month? When do they go back to same old, because that's what you want to pay attention to. But essentially, how you can break this cycle is quite literally, if you resonated with just the energy. For you, this is about cultivating your own inner light and cultivating your own inner connection so that you can trust the universe when you do have setbacks, when you do have frustrations, but also to be able to cultivate an inner light that you can rely on when you are really just, when life is getting you down. Because like that happens. Life is hard. We do have setbacks. We do have frustrating things. There are times where we don't understand why things are unfolding. And one of the best things that we can do is have an inner light and an inner resourcefulness where we can go within and replenish and nourish ourselves spiritually, mentally, emotionally. And so I really do feel like with this Hermit card, how you can break this cycle on an energy level, if this is an energy, I think one is be cautious who you share your success with and who you share your dreams with, just because not everybody has your best interests at heart, and there will be people that will not be interested in seeing you succeed. And this is also, you know, a call to really find the tools that are going to be a good support for you through these challenges, because I do think that there's this emphasis on learning how to lean on spirit through yourself, whether you believe in spirituality or not, whether you believe in spirit or not, whether you're religious or not. A connection to the greater universe and a connection to and the recognition that you are part of it and that you are part of all that is, that you are love, and that just because we can't always understand what's happening doesn't mean that there's anything wrong, doesn't mean that there's any setbacks. That can bring you a lot of peace and a lot of trust and allow things to unfold without feeling so much stress and resistance and uncertainty. But if this is, you know, about a person, the way in which to in this cycle is to stop giving them the time of day, to quite literally focus on your own light, your own joy, and your own happiness, the things that they have been robbing you of because they don't have it within themselves. The thing that you felt when you first met this person, you literally have it within you. You know why you fell for them in the first place? Because they were mirroring you back to yourself. That is what those types of people do. They show you. That's why it is so easy to be charmed by them, because you're seeing yourself. They're reflecting all your beautiful qualities back to you. And that mask eventually slips because they can't pretend to be someone. They eventually are going to show their true colors. And the more you realize what they were giving you was the essence of yourself through another person. So the more you are able to let go of the cognitive dissonance around your greatness, around your beauty, around your light, the more you will realize like, oh, this light was always within me. And in fact, cultivating it within myself doesn't hold a candle to this person reflecting it back at me. And as a result, like if you've been wanting a beautiful, loving, harmonious relationship, I really do feel like that's not only meant for you, but it's through breaking the cycle and letting go of these energies that you'll truly be in alignment with someone who's on your level instead of trying to tear you down, someone who lifts you up and wants to see you succeed, someone who sees your worth and cherishes and loves you for who you are the same way you can do the same. I don't want to say that your love is ever wasted on someone, but you're certainly giving away a lot of yourself to someone who wouldn't even give an ounce of themselves in return. All that they are giving is what you reflect back at them, and more than that, they're just taking. So just know that if you're questioning yourself and just thinking like, am I the problem? No, you're not. The only problem here is the lack of recognition that this person is trying to delude you into thinking that you need them or that they will change, or like it's almost like trying to hold on to you as long as possible, because once you see the truth, then they no longer hold power over you. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into guidance for you now. Pile 3. So to start, we have she who flows, ease, be open to change, and go with the flow of life. So I definitely think that for those of you where this is an energy, you're really being asked to go with the flow of what is and not resist it, and not beat yourself up if things aren't flowing the way you wish. If there are setbacks, flow with that and say, okay, things are not flowing very well right now. That's okay. Weather isn't always amazing. Sometimes there's storms, sometimes there's floods, sometimes there's droughts, sometimes days are sunny. You never know what you're gonna get. Even the weatherman can't predict stuff. And so I really do feel like this is an encouragement for you to go with the flow. And also, if this is about a person, being open to the changes necessary to make life easier for you, because a relationship like this is not easy. It literally is the opposite, and it makes it so much harder to go with the flow of life. You may be feeling like, why is life so hard? Like with this person, why is it so hard for things to work out? And you might be like, oh, is it my fault? No. This is someone who is not okay with ease. This is someone who is not at peace. So they don't know how to exist peacefully with others. They don't really empathize. The only person that they this person has quintessential I'm an empath energy, but come on, they're saying that because they believe that somehow if you call yourself that you are morally superior, or that you're kinder or something, which is not true. Being an empath literally just means that you are sensitive to different stimuli. You're just more sensitive to stimuli. You can be an empath and an asshole, but most people that call themselves that, or people like this that call themselves that, are saying that because they think it makes them virtuous and that makes them look nice. But they don't care about the feelings of others. They care about others' feelings about them and making sure that remains positive. They're like no, I'm not going to use any more people examples. I already felt awkward with that. Anyway, surrender to receiving support and love. Allow the love and support of others in rather than trying to handle everything yourself. This can take the pressure off and simultaneously nurture you. So if this is a person, I feel like you're really being encouraged to maybe talk to someone, especially a therapist, about this. Maybe someone who specializes in people that tend to display the traits that I'm talking about. But also look at how similar this Two of Cups is and this receiving support and love. Polar bears could be a significant animal, but if this is about an energy, you're definitely being called to surrender to receiving support and love from the universe within yourself, and also asking for that for people who are in safe spaces and people that can help you, people that are supporting you and that love you. And for those of you who this is a person, you're really being called to recognize that this person doesn't give you love or support. You may give it to them in spades, but you're not getting anything in return, and that's not right. That's not right at all. We also have, yes, your intuition is correct. So whatever you have been intuitively feeling, like I don't think that this person is very good for me. Yeah, you're right. I don't think that this person is serving me. Yeah, you're right. Or, there's been a lot of setbacks, but I still feel like this is my path. Yeah, you're right. Or if there's any other questions you had, your intuition is confirming them. But we also have all is one, separation is an illusion. So I definitely think that Spirit is asking you to remember that, like, part of oneness is about recognizing, like all these traits that I'm talking about, every single one of us could have been them. Like, we all could have the capacity to be that way. Maybe not in this lifetime, but maybe in another one. Also, like, it's really easy to demonize people, and that's why I'm like, I don't want to dog on this person, but at the same time, I want to do the energy justice and do you justice and not sugarcoat this into thinking that, like, their behavior is okay or their treatment of you is okay. But what you have to recognize is that they have deep illusions, and they're not able to see the same oneness, the same love, the same compassion that you have, because they are stuck in an illusion that, in an illusion of their own grandiosity slash worthlessness. Because I do feel like people with these traits, they literally just teeter between feeling like the worst person ever and having this grandiose sense of self, and it, like, goes back and forth. Anyway, we have try more options before you decide. So I definitely think that if this is about a person, I think Spirit is really encouraging you to, like, not jump into anything too quickly, because maybe, like, you jumped into something quickly with this person, and the situation became something where you were, like, in over your head really quickly. But if you are in the energy, if you're one of the people who is just like the energy, I do think Spirit is encouraging you to maybe explore certain outlets, because one, they could be something that assists you when other things are slowing down, or it could be that maybe, like, a certain path that you're meant to try, like maybe the path that you're on has, like, more than one thing involved with it, and so maybe, like, trying other things is going to help you see how you can, like, integrate different aspects of your path. And I'm also just very intrigued by the fact that, like, these look so similar. I feel like you're being called to recognize that, like, the only limits you have are the ones you place on yourself and what you're capable of doing, or what you're capable of receiving. There is a solution to this problem. So yeah, I definitely think the Spirit is saying, like, no matter what, there are solutions here. Sometimes the solution is just acceptance and surrender and learning to release and let go. It doesn't serve us. But other times there is solutions that we're not seeing. There are solutions that require us to be creative. If you're limited by two options, recognize there's a third that you probably haven't seen yet. And finally, we have don't ignore your problems. Yeah, pay attention to if you're the type of person to want to help others. Because, so if you're the type of person who really likes to be there for others, or help people with their problems, or just help other people in general, and you are drowning in your own troubles, I would ask yourself if you're so dedicated to helping others, because it's like it's kind of a behavior. It's like a response to the fact that you don't want others to struggle the way that you're struggling. You want to help. It's like helping others is a way of coping with the fact that you're not helping yourself, or you don't know how to help yourself, or it's almost a way to, like, ignore yourself, because then you can prioritize others' needs and not have to prioritize what you need. And I really do think, more than anything, also, this try more options before you decide. I feel like if this is about a path that you're following, if you feel like you just want to give up, I feel like Spirit is asking you to explore different ways in which you can fulfill this path. Because there may be a way that works better for you than the one that you're doing now, and you may find that it flows easier. And part of the reason, like, things weren't flowing as well is because the way in which you were going about your path, like, was just less aligned with you, or not as aligned with you as it once was. Work smart, not hard. Wow. Okay. Pile 3. That is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you for being patient with me, and thank you for giving me grace. because I am not necessarily proud of how maybe brutal I was in this reading. But, you know, I'm just going to trust that those of you that are meant to hear this message are meant to. And I know y'all know I'm not perfect, and I am very human, and I can't always be stoic. Very rarely am I stoic. So with that being said, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that's one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support for me and what I do. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. Shout out to my notification squad. If you want me to see your comments, I usually see comments when I first upload. You can also check out my social media, my merch, my candles. Be sure to use code ESO10 for 10% off. Yeah, and other affiliate links down below. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for being here. I really hope that this reading helped, and I hope that you don't hate me after this, but also, like, I completely understand, like, you're entitled to feel however you gotta feel. Some of y'all, I don't know. It's just always, I'm just always like, you know, I gotta be honest with what I'm seeing, and sometimes it's hard to be honest, but it's necessary. So thank you guys so much for sticking through this with me. I really hope this reading helped. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night, whatever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Fire Quartz Stone and the 8th House Tarot, then this is going to be a reading on why does this person / energy keep coming back into your life. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and start by looking at what this energy is for this reading. If it resonates with you, then this is your reading. If it doesn't, I would suggest finding a different pile. So to start, we have Healer of the Ages. We have 6th house with work, habits, health, service, colleagues, employees, skills, workplace, daily routines, nutrition, diet, fitness, hygiene, checkups, responsibilities. We have Moon with instability, illusion, and memories. We have the Altar with Magician. We have Cat. And we have the Mom Boss. Okay, so this is really interesting. I know I say that a lot, but I'm always telling the truth when I say it. I genuinely find everything interesting. But this is a very unique situation. And the reason why that is because this is an energy, but there may be many people expressing this energy to you, whether you're consciously aware of it or not. This energy is unconditionally loving and very healing and compassionate. It is something that seems to be following you. And the vibe that I'm getting is, if this is your pile, one, you may be experiencing a lot of burnout, or if not burnout, there may be this feeling of like, is this it? Is this all there is to life? You may be feeling like the magic is kind of gone. You may just be feeling like you're going just day to day, going through the motions, maybe less present, more on autopilot. And it may also be that you are a bit of a workaholic, but also it may be that you are uncomfortable delegating any tasks to any other people. I definitely feel like what energy is continuing to come back is one that is reminding you that no, this is not all that life is. And no, life is not meant to be a series of tasks. Life is not meant to be just all about getting things done and, you know, pleasing our corporate overlords. There's so much more to life. And in fact, I think a lot of what this energy is trying to do is not only help you heal your relationship to yourself and the world around you, but also help you recognize that there are, one, so many ways to be connected to abundance, and two, to recognize that the only way for life to change, at least the way it is now, is to be open to healing the things that are resistant to change. So the vibe that I'm getting is that you could be getting like signs and synchronicities following you everywhere. You could also be feeling called to things that you find taboo, or things that you feel like in over your head about, or you feel very uncertain about. Like, for example, maybe you're not really like a tarot person, so this is something that you're very skeptical of, or like find yourself like feeling very weird about even being open to it. Well, first of all, that's awesome. It's okay to be open to things and have skepticism. Skepticism is healthy. But I think that there is a lot of distorted beliefs you have about how you need to work, and about productivity, and about what it means to be successful, and what it means to live a meaningful life, because of what's been taught to you. I feel like you've been listening to what you've been taught and doing things the way you were told to do them. And it's not bringing you a whole lot of fulfillment. And if anything, it's probably making you feel emptier and emptier by the day. You may also be finding that, the version of you a year ago could handle these challenges easily. And now it's like it's taking a real physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual toll on you, because it's quite literally draining you and not really serving you. And speaking of serving, there's a lot about service here. You naturally are a person that wants to serve, and that's a beautiful thing. But I definitely feel like this energy is coming through to redefine your idea of what it means to be of service, and what service actually looks like to you. The fact that we have Healer of the Ages here, there are very, very powerful, divine, unconditionally loving beings that are giving you wake-up call after wake-up call. And trust me, they'll never stop calling. It doesn't matter. Like, if you send them to voicemail, they'll keep leaving voicemails. They'll keep calling. Like, they are more persistent than those dang scam callers. And that's because they are committed to helping you evolve, grow, heal, and live life in a way that is meaningful. Live life in a way that doesn't feel empty, that doesn't feel draining. And it may be that you've forgotten what it's like to live life that way, or maybe you've never had the opportunity to live life that way. Maybe you've always felt like you've had to be productive, you've had to give of yourself in order to be worthy. Maybe you've always felt like, if I don't do something, then it won't get done. And maybe you've also had a really hard time letting others do things for you, or letting things off of your plate, because maybe it's uncomfortable not being busy. Maybe you're uncomfortable sitting with yourself, or sitting with maybe the things that you ignore about yourself by burying yourself in work, or the things that you need to get done. I almost feel like work could be a huge escape for you, where you kind of avoid certain aspects of yourself that need healing, or avoid problems within yourself, because maybe you're uncomfortable, or you don't know how to face them, or whatever it may be, and you may use work as a way to kind of cope with that. And I know one thing's clear, that work is not a bad thing. It's a really wonderful thing to have a good work ethic, but you can actually be far less effective when, one, you're doing something that doesn't serve you, or two, you're putting everything on your own plate. I feel like you may have this illusion that you're supposed to be doing a specific thing, or you may have this illusion that you can only be successful if you follow the path that you thought you needed to follow. I feel, and here's what I'm like, if you're happy with like the career you have, the job you have, the path you have, I'm certainly not saying that you need to change it, but at the very least, there is this call here that your relationship to it needs to change, because it seems like there's a lack of balance between your own sanity and whatever your career path, or whatever it is that you devote the vast majority of your time to with. I mean, I think a lot of this does have to do with work, but also I do think that you could be also dealing with either incompetent colleagues, or very toxic colleagues, maybe ones that take advantage of how hard you work. You could have like bosses, or higher ups that take advantage of how hard you work, that hold you to a higher standard because they know you're capable of more. You could also just have people, you could also be taking on so much that like literally your physical health is taking a toll. You're suffering. And I definitely think that this energy is coming through, and it's coming through in so many ways. It could be coming through in signs. It could be coming through in readings like this. It could be coming through in the words of other people. It could be coming through in intuitive hits that you get. I think that there's no one origin of this. It's really whatever ways in which the universe can communicate the messages necessary, this healing energy that you're needing to be aware of. That's how it's coming through, and that's how it's coming to you. I definitely think that right now, a lot of your beliefs about what is true are being challenged. Like, for example, you may have illusions around productivity or around how you think you need to do things. You may have illusions around the idea that nobody could possibly complete things as well as you could, which maybe that's true, but like maybe there's an illusion, maybe one illusion that you hold is the idea that if someone produces a quality of work that isn't up to your standard, that they aren't capable of growing or fixing it, or that it's the end of the world if it isn't to your standard. You know, there may be a part of you that really holds on to like the control that you may feel when you're in those certain situations. And I do think that a lot of you could have certain perfectionist tendencies. And, you know, perfectionism isn't always a bad thing. You know, it can really force us to be excellent, but it can also be a very bad thing, especially when we don't allow things to be flawed, when we don't allow ourselves to live, when we don't allow ourselves to take breaks, when we're constantly pushing ourselves. And one of the biggest illusions that this energy is trying to get you to see is that there's so much more to you than who you are as, for example, a parent, a friend, a lover, a worker. And I feel like there is a lot here about redefining what service means to you and recognizing that service doesn't have to be something that depletes you. It can be something that you genuinely enjoy doing, and it doesn't have to be something that just takes and takes and takes. In fact, I really do feel like the reason why you're really struggling to be able to continue doing things the same way you've been doing them is because you're not meant to do it that way anymore. Because there's an easier way, there's a more aligned way, there's a way that's more healing. And I really do think that this energy is returning to you. And what I mean this energy is, it's an energy that is within you, that's connected to you, but it's an energy of unconditional love. It's an energy of Christ consciousness. What's Christ consciousness? It's essentially a consciousness that emulates the lessons of, you know, Christ's teachings, which, for example, compassion, forgiveness, service, kindness, jazz like that. And also, you know, using the healing gifts that you have to serve others. So I do think one thing that's happening is you are going to be awakening to certain healing gifts, but also awakening to your own inner magic. I also think that this energy that's kind of prompting you to change, that's prompting you to grow, it's going to be a constant companion for the rest of your life. And it's something that you may not always understand and you may have to contend with, but it's all for your highest good. It's all about your growth. It's all about you living a life truly in alignment with your soul, and not just with your ego's expectations of what you think you should be doing. I definitely feel like with the Magician here, first of all, we have a lot of Virgo energy. We also have Gemini energy with the Magician, and Mercury energy in general. I definitely think that you have a powerful mind and powerful ideas, and you are, no matter what you do, you can be very good at it. Like whatever you put your mind and heart to, you can do amazing things. And I think that one thing the universe is calling you to look at is, where are you dedicating all that energy? Is it fulfilling you or is it draining you? And what is that telling you? I also think that you may be really holding on to certain beliefs about the world because of like how you were taught them. And right now those are heavily being challenged, and you may feel resistance into letting them go, because it's like, how do you contend with the fact that they were wrong? And how you contend with it is recognizing that you couldn't have known it was wrong until you learned that it was wrong for you. And just because it's because it's wrong for you doesn't mean it's right for other people, and it doesn't mean that you've wasted any time. You've learned the lessons that you need to, and now you know that path doesn't work. And I think that this is so much deeper than just like career work. This is about finding what works for you, because I feel like one thing that this energy is trying to get to show you is that there's a severe imbalance between your own like self-care and your care for others, your own needs and the needs of your job, the needs of your colleagues, the needs of your superiors, the needs of your dependents, like whatever it may be. I definitely just think that you're losing sight of you in the mix of all the things and people and stuff that you're serving. And I feel like with this cat card being here, there's an awakening of your intuition and also a recognition of your worth. Like, you know, I feel like it's almost like a transition from dog energy to cat energy, because, you know, like dogs are like, which listen, we stand all animals on this channel, but, you know, dogs are loyal to a fault and so loving, and typically are just very open to you the second they meet you. Whereas cats, they may never like you, even if you're the most loving to them, and that's okay. You know, cats know their worth, and cats take time to warm up to people. Cats can be elusive. Cats can be sneaky. And I also think that this energy can be very elusive and very sneaky. So you may be feeling like maybe you haven't consciously recognized what this energy is, but you've noticed that things are off and that the universe is communicating to you, but you don't know what it's trying to communicate. So if that resonates with you, let's go ahead and see what else you need to know. So while I'm shuffling, I just want to give a quick shout out to everyone who takes the time to leave me a like, a little subscribble, a comment, anything small like that. It helps me more than you realize. And likes especially, like it takes 2 seconds, but it also lets me know what you guys are enjoying, what you want to see more of. And it's also just really meaningful for me to hear, like, you know, how things resonate for you guys. And also to see you guys just like hype each other up in the comments. I love that so much. The internet is a scary, toxic place, but like, I like the vibes we got going on over here, and y'all are a big contributor to that. So thank you very much for being so kind to one another and, you know, just creating an awesome space. But that being said, we're going to go ahead and start by looking at why this energy keeps returning, or really why it seems to not be leaving you alone. So Spirit, why is this energy so present in Pile 4's life? Why does it keep returning, and why does it keep trying to get Page of Cups? Yeah, first of all, there's a real need to reconnect with your inner child and reconnect with your creativity. I definitely think that you may have this belief that you can't be happy and successful, or that it is silly and frivolous to do things solely for your own enjoyment, because it doesn't give you dollary dues, or it doesn't contribute to your like adult life. But the thing is that adults are just children in big bodies, and we never really truly grow up. Like, think about how many people that are like, you know, full-blown adults and just act like they're still in middle school, still in high school. Like, we never truly grow up unless we just disconnect from our inner child and never connect with it again. You know, I definitely feel like your inner child is really yearning to be seen. And the thing is it's not like that means like, oh, you need to go play with Play-Doh. But I mean, unless you want to, like, Play-Doh's a vibe. But I think that this is more about you just reconnecting with those simpler parts of yourself, like the parts of yourself that are not so focused on the future and like everyday success and like, you know, man, I don't know why I'm feeling like I feel called to say this, but like, it's not gonna kill you to take an afternoon to go kayaking or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's not gonna kill you to take some time off and rejuvenate and be in nature, or do something that feeds your soul. Like, a lot of what we do have to do in order to survive is pretty soulless shit. And if we're not careful, we can really lose sight of ourselves and lose sight of what matters to us, because we just get so deep into the grind or what we're doing. And then we start to feel guilty about doing things just for us, and start to feel like if what we're doing doesn't yield like a net positive in terms of like funds or success, then we think that we're doing something wrong, but it's just not true. I think that this energy is coming to you to help you recognize that there are parts of yourself that are not being expressed because, one, you're either unaware that they exist, or two, you've been disconnected or forgot that they've existed. I definitely think that the parts of you that love service, your service is meant to evolve. I feel like the ways in which you've served have been very practical and logical ways, but now I think that this energy is trying to get you to incorporate different ways of service, and also recognizing how important it is to serve yourself and to do things that support you, because you can't serve others if you're constantly depleted, and you're going to be a less effective worker, less effective like person out in the world if you're constantly depleted. I definitely think that there's a real call to make more room for whimsy and fun and playfulness and things that just allow you to not be so serious and not be so zeroed in on what you're stressed about or your deadlines or your obligations. Like, your deadlines are still going to be there after you go kayaking. Like, get in the water, bitch. Like, let's go. Have some damn fun. Anyway, I definitely think that this is coming back to you to help you reconnect to parts of yourself that maybe need healing, like the parts of yourself that felt like it wasn't okay to have fun, or that maybe, for example, if you were like a parentified child and you were expected to grow up very quickly, you know, now well, you should be, because these readings are for people that are 18 or older. If you're younger than that, I don't want to know. I forgot what I was saying. See, I was focused on the wrong things, and then it distracted me from the point of what I was saying. Don't do what I just did. Or do what you want. You're in charge. But really, more than anything, this is about you reconnecting to parts of yourself that you've been disconnected to from a while. And it's these parts of yourself that are going to make life feel more meaningful again, that are going to help you feel more full of life. And I really do think with this Healer of the Ages, there's a lot of love coming in. And I don't mean like, I mean, it could be romantic love, it could be platonic love, but I feel like more than anything, it's just spiritual love. Like feeling the love of the Creator, feeling the love of whatever you believe in, whether it's the universe, whatever you may call spirit, the universe, whatever it may be, God, Allah, whatever it is, recognizing that love that is within you and that exists within and around all things, that connects all of us, and recognizing that, you know, healing is not only possible, but it's like a birthright, and that, you know, just because we've done things for X amount of years doesn't mean we can't stop and we can't change. And oftentimes the universe will show us something is wrong by making things unnecessarily harder or making it nearly impossible to continue doing things in a way that doesn't serve us anymore. So now I want to see what this energy is trying to show you. Spirit, what is this energy trying to show pile 4? We have the 5 of Swords. I definitely think that what this energy is trying to show you is that you are definitely betraying yourself by serving these ideals that you were conditioned to believe were right. I also think that what this energy is trying to show you is that if you're not careful and if you're not discerning and aware and you don't set healthy boundaries, you will continue to be sucked dry of all your energy, time, and resources by people who would never extend the same time and energy to you. And I feel like one thing Spirit is saying is to not get stuck in this idea that you have to be the one that's constantly keeping everything together. You have to be the one that's making sure that your superiors are happy, or that, like, you know, the people that are, like, for example, if you like siblings or something, or friends, you know, they may expect a lot of you. Like if you have roommates, for example, they might take for granted that you always do the dishes, or take for granted that you clean up more or something like that. And they may take advantage of it, and maybe you're frustrated with that. Maybe you wish that like they carried their weight more, but you don't really say or do anything because you don't want to stir the pot, or, you know, if they or this is such a Virgo thing. If they did it, they wouldn't do it right anyway, so I might as well do it right. let go of that. One illusion is the idea that you have to do things right. Your idea of doing something right is just doing things according to your preferences, which that's fine, but also you can't have it both ways. Sometimes we have to be willing to surrender our preferences in order to give ourselves more freedom and let go the need to control how well people do things. You know, people have different strengths and different skills. Sometimes we have to accept that they may not be up to our preferences, and that's okay. I also think that this energy is trying to show you how your own mentality is sabotaging you and keeping you stuck in a game you don't want to be playing, keeping you stuck in belief systems and energies that are just not serving you. And I also think that this idea that this energy is trying to show you that the idea that it's a dog-eat-dog world, or that the universe is out to get us, or that that things can't work out for us, like, that's an illusion. I think that with the Five of Swords here, any betrayal you feel around what you were taught, or betrayal that you feel around like your career or colleagues or people in your life, like, I wouldn't be shocked if maybe you're feeling really disheartened about like maybe the way certain people have treated you, or like promises that haven't been kept, or, you know, if you've like worked with people, had colleagues, like maybe they haven't followed through on their promises, or maybe they backstabbed you, and maybe you felt like, I can't trust anyone to help me, or I can't trust anyone to delegate things, or I'm afraid to leave this situation because I might make my life worse. I feel like what Spirit's trying to get to show you is that it may be hard to let go of certain things, it may be hard to make those changes, but you are betraying yourself and sabotaging yourself way more by not making the necessary changes. Like, you're only hurting yourself by continuing to do the things that you know aren't working. And the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. If you keep doing the same thing and you know it's not working, me and the universe are trying, and your own higher self and your own like physical body and all the signs and your intuition are literally all trying to tell you, hey, life is not meant to be this hard. We want you to thrive, not survive. We want you to use your talents and skills and your analytical side and your genius for greater purposes than just serving other people's laziness, or, you know, holding everything together for other people. You know, obviously, like, if you're a parent and you have people dependent on you, that's one thing. But for example, if you're in a partnership and your partner doesn't put in the same amount of time and energy that you do, you know, keeping everything together, looking into rebalancing things, being okay with giving them some of the responsibility, and if they're not willing to do that, maybe looking into having some conversations, or looking into someone that, I mean, I don't know what to really tell you there, but what I do know is that a rebalancing needs to happen, and it's time to let go of the self-betrayal. Stop setting yourself on fire to keep others warm. It's not only draining you, but also it's allowing other people to get away with unfair behavior, with behavior that exploits your time, energy, and talent. And I guarantee, no matter what you are doing and no matter how hard you're working, I guarantee you're not being compensated. And I don't even just mean like financially, but that's one of the definitions of compensation that I mean here. You're not being compensated whatsoever from the amount of energy that you're giving. Being in alignment with infinite abundance is literally about being in an energy of service and an energy of like giving and receiving. That's in alignment with the greater universe. We know you're a giver and you're capable of giving a lot. It's about what you're giving your time and energy to, because it seems like one thing that the universe is trying to show you is that you may unconsciously be drawn to people that make you feel like your work is not enough, or whatever you do, it's not enough, or people that really push you to the brink, maybe because that's what like parent figures did, or maybe there's a part of you that really yearns for approval, that really yearns for validation and praise, and maybe you're drawn to people that are very hesitant to do that, and so when you do get it, it's like, super rewarding, and it's almost like a high and a drug in of itself. And it may also be too that there's one thing you may be addicted to is pushing your own boundaries to see how far you can truly go. And I think that one important thing to recognize is that that's not necessarily healthy. You know, sometimes we do push ourselves and sometimes we do see how far we can go, but if you're doing that all the time, you are going to burn out really fast and you're not going to be a very effective person of service. And I think that there's a lot of healing that's going to be occurring, and that already is occurring, that's going to continue, that is really going to reshape who you think you are and what you think you want out of life and what is truly meaningful for you. And I don't want to say that in a way that's scary, because like it doesn't mean that you're necessarily changing what it is exactly you're doing, but you're definitely changing your relationship to it and how much of yourself you're giving to it and how much of yourself you're giving to your life in general. Because I also think that there is this real energy of needing to heal yourself on all levels, and the universe is kind of like prompting you. Like, you don't need to figure it out on your own. The universe is kind of helping you. So like, for example, the one thing that is needing to be healed right now is your relationship to work and your relationship to your responsibilities and your relationship to like your own needs and like physical health versus what's being asked of you / what's being expected of you / what you expect of yourself. Does that make sense? But now I want to look at what about this energy is out of your control that you need to release. Okay. So what is out of your control that you need to release? Interesting. We got two knights. We got the Knight of Pentacles and the Knight of Wands. So what is out of your control, I think, is partially the tempo and the pace at which this happens. There may be periods where this energy is not really prevalent, where you are very much like rooted in the material reality, where you are very focused on work, where you are very focused on your responsibilities. And there are other times where life seems incredibly chaotic. You may have like lots of energy, or you may feel really passionate about certain things, and you may recognize like, oh, I want to do this, or this needs to change, or recognize that. I'm really called to even notice too how this Healer of the Ages and this Knight of Wands are very similar. I feel like one thing that is out of your control is your energy levels. I do think that your energy levels will be shifting. I think first of all because right now your energy levels are probably lower. You probably are feeling pretty fatigued, and that's partially because of how your routine is. I feel like one thing that you need to release is the idea that you're going to be consistent on a daily basis, because even if you were in the past, once you start integrating spiritual energy, your body and its needs shift, because your body has to kind of acclimate to the spiritual light, the spiritual energy that's coming in, and all of the healing that's coming in, and that takes a lot of like time and rest. Like, one of the most healing things we can do, for example, is sleep. And I feel like some of you are laughing right now because you know, like, you're not sleeping enough and you don't sleep enough. So that's an excellent example of something where, maybe I should give myself more sleep. Maybe I should be more disciplined with that. I really do feel like as well, one thing that you're meant to release is the need to kind of control how this unfolds, and a need to understand it. I feel like you'll understand things as you're meant to, and if you don't understand something, it's because you're not meant to know it yet. I know that's a little bit vague, but more than anything, I feel like what you're being called to release is the need to have like everything methodically planned out, and the need to feel like you know exactly what's going to happen. It's like the need to release the idea that your horse is just gonna be stable and steady all the time. Sometimes you might be on a bucking bronco, and other times you might be just vibing on a horse that just wants to walk very peacefully. I feel like the horse is kind of a metaphor, an analogy, whatever word you use, to your path at this time, where sometimes things might be really calm, other times they might be really crazy. Sometimes things are really consistent and really chill and peaceful and things aren't really moving forward, and then other times things are going to be chaotic. You're going to feel a lot of passion, a lot of fire, a lot of energy, and I think during those times, a lot of what's not serving you is going to be burned away. During the more stable parts, during the more slow parts of this experience, I feel like those are going to be times where you're less conscious of the healing that's happening, less conscious of kind of what's going on and the process of what's unfolding, and how your life journey is unfolding. But at the end of these periods of stagnation, or periods of less spiritual energy, less of this energy being prevalent, this fire energy will come back in, and then you'll be able to reflect on those periods and recognize what's serving you and what isn't, what's uplifting you and what isn't, what needs to be burned away and what can stay. I feel like really a lot of what you're meant to release is how things unfold, the timing of which things unfold, and the need to know and understand where you're going and where your path is leading. Because listen, no matter what you do, you're going to be successful at it. No matter what you do, you're going to do an excellent job at it. I think that this is a lot less about I feel like this is a lot about you letting go of needing to know exactly where you're headed, or how things are going to unfold, or how things are going to change, and just be along for the ride. And recognize that a lot of what's coming up for you is not going to be things that you can predict, things that are going to be consistent, but rather you're meant to go with the flow without letting go of the parts of your daily routine, the parts that keep you grounded, secure, connected to yourself, nourished. I feel like you're being called to release the aspects of your routine that don't serve you, the aspects of your routine that you do because you think you have to. Like an example that I can think of, I'm a night owl, and I've always been that way, and I've always needed to sleep a lot. So the guidance of get up at 5 a.m. and start grinding, it's not gonna fucking work for me, because that's my bedtime, all right? And I'm probably gonna sleep for like 10 hours, maybe 12, maybe 15. I don't know. You know why? Because the one thing that I promise myself is that I am not gonna skip out on sleep, because I need it. If I don't have it, I go crazy. And that's why you need it too. Because it may be a lot harder to be tuned into what the universe is trying to tell you, or be able to observe what isn't working for you. Because if all you can focus on is how tired you are and how stressed you are, it's really hard to get anything else done. But the point of what I'm saying is, before I got kind of distracted and went on a tangent, thank you, ADHD, is that if you're trying to hold yourself to certain expectations, like for example, if I started trying to make myself get up at 5 a.m. every day, I would be miserable. And to be honest, it doesn't quite make much sense to me anyway. Like, just because I can still get my tasks done at a different time. Like, time isn't real anyway. Just because the sun is at a different position in the sky when you get your tasks done versus when I get my tasks done doesn't mean that either is better. Just because you get up at 5 a.m. and get everything done early doesn't, like, that might work for you, but it's not gonna work for me. So if I tried to do it, I would suffer, and I would not be having a good time. And I would give up very quickly, and then I would feel bad about the fact that I gave up. And I'd be like, oh, I can't believe I can't do it. Ugh. I'm a failure, I'm a flop. I probably wouldn't say it like that, but the point of what I'm trying to say is if you're holding yourself to that idea of you can only be successful if you get up at 5 a.m. You can only be successful if you are able to bench 200 pounds with your pinky toe. Like, if it works for other people, great. If it doesn't work for you, don't take it. Like, period. Don't hold yourself to things you think you have to do. And don't make yourself feel like you have to do things a certain way. Do things that make you feel more energetic. Do things that light you up, and release the need to do things just because you've been taught that that's the way you should do it. Just because someone taught you that that's the way you should do it doesn't mean that's how you have to do it. That's how they did it. That's just how they're teaching you. But if it doesn't work for you, what's the point of upholding it? Literally, you're just creating unnecessary challenges for yourself. Also, I'm hearing Life is a Highway by Roscoe Flats right now. Take with that information what you will. Okay, now I want to see what actions / beliefs of yours are contributing to this energy. So Pile 1, Spirit, what action slash pile 1? I didn't mean to say pile 1, sorry. Pile 4, what? Maybe if you're drawn to it, watch it, I don't know. I just forgot the question. I've been channeling for a hot minute. Forgive me. What action slash beliefs of yours are contributing to this energy? 7 of Wands. That's interesting. Okay, so I definitely think that one of the beliefs that is kind of keeping you chained to this energy is the idea that like you're blocked from things being different. The idea that you have to work hard, not smart. That's been a theme in a lot of the readings today. And also just this idea that you have to fight for everything to make it happen. A lot of times when things are in alignment with the universe, like things will be a win-win outcome and things will flow a lot more easily. Things won't feel like a constant fight. I also think that one way in which you may be contributing to this is being afraid to stand up for yourself and being afraid to say no. No is a complete sentence. You don't need to say anything else than that. You know, hey, can you stay late this weekend? No. Hey, can you cover my shift? No. And if they're mad, let them be mad. Like, unless they're going to pay you overtime, even then, maybe you don't need overtime. You work hard enough. Maybe if they want their shift covered, maybe they shouldn't have worked that day. Maybe they should find someone else. Maybe they shouldn't rely on you to do that. I feel like part of what contributes to this energy is a fear or unwillingness to stand up and say no. I feel like you may take a lot of pride in being able to be there for other people and being able to save the day. And the thing is like, you're saving the day at the expense of yourself. Like, you're literally becoming your own villain. Like, you are a villain to yourself and a hero to everyone else, and that's not fair. But I also think that there's a part of you that's very resistant to doing things differently because there's a little bit of fear there. Like, well, what if I've been doing things wrong and what if I've been suffering unnecessarily? Well, the only way you're going to stop suffering you can't change your past suffering. You can only change the current and future suffering. So at least the suffering that's within our control. I think that a lot of your suffering is partly because you haven't been checking in with your own needs. You haven't been taking the time to assess whether you can mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually handle what responsibilities you're saying yes to. And also, you just may have a fear of disappointing people. And guess what? You're gonna disappoint people. I disappoint people all the time, and they certainly love to let me know. And does that make me sad? Yeah, I don't want to disappoint people, but I accept that it happens because I can't please everyone, and neither can you. Like, and ultimately, it says more about the person that's disappointed and how they act than it does about you. You can't please everyone. You can't be there for everyone. You can't be everyone's hero because you will lose yourself and literally be... It's not good. It's not for you. It's not healthy. You're literally blocking yourself off from life. Listen, you got that dog in you and you're suppressing it heavily in order to make everyone else happy. Let the dog out, baby. We all got that dog in us somehow. And like the way you got that dog is in so many ways, like in service and loyalty. Like your loyalty can really work against you sometimes because you may be loyal to a fault to people who take advantage of that loyalty or who treat you like your service is a given or what you give is an expectation. And it's not. It's a privilege, something they should be grateful for. And if you don't receive gratitude for all that you give to others, bullshit. Not okay, not cool. Anything else in this, Spirit? I definitely just think too, like, the part of you that's fighting, like, that's resistant to the idea that things need to change. I do think there's a part of you that's very comfortable and things staying the same, which is normal. That happens to all of us, right? You know, it's our comfort zone. And I think that there's a part of you that's really scared to go outside of your comfort zone because the realization of how you've been living and the fact that it's been not serving you, that can often be a hard realization. But the thing is, we can't change how we've been doing things. And the only way we can learn is by growing from that, you know? No point in crying over spilled milk, but you can always pour yourself a new glass of any type of beverage you like. But with that being said, now I just want to see how you can stop this cycle from repeating. And for this, like, I guess I kind of more want to see how you can embrace this energy, because we've kind of talked about the cycles that you're repeating, and this energy is really coming through to help you get out of these cycles of denying yourself, of being out of touch with yourself, of not living but just existing and doing things. So Spirit, how can pile 4 embrace this healing energy and embrace all of the changes that the universe has in store for them? We have the Queen of Cups, which is beautiful. Oh, in the back of the deck, we got the Queen of Wands. So I definitely think that water and fire energy are being highlighted here. You know, fire is all about passion, motivation, will, creativity. And water is, you know, the emotional body, intuition, our feelings, the things that bring us joy and happiness. And I really think in your case, this is a lot about getting in touch with your heart space, getting in touch with what your heart needs, and also exploring your psychic side, exploring your occult side, exploring the things that make your heart full, whatever that may be. Now, everybody has psychic abilities, so, you know, don't think that, like, I don't know, there's this idea that, like, oh, do you have psychic gifts? Like, everybody does. It's just sensory perception. That's all it is. And, you know, there are certain things that we can be limited to. Like, for example, if you only think in words, if you don't see pictures in your head, you're probably not going to be clairvoyant because your brain doesn't process things that way. But you might be one hell of a claircognizant or one hell of a clairaudient. Or, for example, maybe you don't have an internal monologue, but you see everything in pictures. You may be one hell of a clairvoyant. You may feel a lot, be one hell of a clairsentient. You can embrace all the clairs, you know? I think the only thing you're limited by is, one, if you're really struggling, like, with mental health issues, like, that's something you may want to be a little bit cautious about. Maybe wait until you're in a better place, which, to be fair, if you're trying to get to a better place, that could be a lot about restructuring your routine to actually work for you, to be more nourishing, and to be one that actually supports your mental health and doesn't drain you. But more than anything, I think things that nourish your heart and get in touch with your heart, because your heart is the biggest healer. And you even see here in Healer of the Ages, all that light's coming from the heart space. And the thing is that we can't understand the love that the universe has for us. We can't understand truly that love until we're able to feel it. So, you know, we can understand that the universe loves us or things like that, but we can't truly feel it and integrate it and understand it until we're in that space ourselves. And I think more than anything, like, I'm seeing SpongeBob right now in that episode where he's at Sandy's house and he's, like, not telling Sandy that he needs water, and so he's, like, literally drying out. And I think for you, you're kind of in the same boat. Like, you need water, you need things that are more nourishing emotionally. You need to ask what your heart needs and pay attention to that, whether it's reading books that make you feel good, whether it's exploring your spirituality, whether it's going freaking kayaking, whatever it is, whatever makes your heart happy, do it. And if you don't know, that is an excellent reason of why you got to start exploring it, because you're not gonna figure it out working at your desk. You're not gonna figure it out doing overtime or covering your coworker's shift. Like, you need time and space and rest to be able to explore things, to try different things. You know, if you don't know what works, you're not going to figure it out by just doing the same things and not giving yourself time and room to explore it. So more than anything, really just embracing your heart and getting in touch with it in any way you can, and really focusing on nourishing it just as much as you nourish your responsibilities and the world and people around you. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and finish off this reading with some guidance for you. So to start, we have clear waters, confirmation, clear vision, confirmation, right timing, opportunity. So I feel like this is a big Oh, no, I just want to read what's in the book. I just want to read what's in the book because there's so much more to this, and I really do think, like, I can't remember it. My brain is turning into mush after doing all of these videos back to back. Trust me, I don't regret it. And you might be like, Asa, you're such a hypocrite. But, like, I also had many days of rest. And I will go back to resting after this, no, you don't get to come for me. No, because I am focusing on my rest, actually. And this is service and a labor of love, and I love doing it. So, not the same thing. You can't come for me. Nah. Anyway, everything's coming together and supporting you right now. Potency is present. Alignment has arrived. Potential is here. The waters before you are crystal clear, and what you're stepping into is the highest potency. You know the way forward. And here's what I was going to say to that. If you don't know the way forward, you're not meant to know it yet. Things will, like, when it's time to move forward, when it's time to change, it'll be abundantly clear to you. But take this as like a present future thing, depending on where you're at in this process. Keep facing your true north and proceed onward. This is a wonderful card with a very positive message. It suggests that something's come into your life. It's a great big yes, or you've been working on bringing things into alignment and are stepping into that now. A creative project, a new relationship, a new home, a new phase of life, whatever it is you've been manifesting or longing for, whatever. It seems you're clear about what you want and it's coming to fruition. So if you're unsure about what you want, the universe is getting you in the process of becoming clear on that, because like I said earlier, you can make anything you want happen. So make sure it's something you actually want and not something you're doing because you think that's what you should be doing. It's your life. Nobody's going to live it for you. Is it Bon Jovi that sings like, it's my life and it's now or never? I ain't going to live forever. This card comes with positivity, confirmation, and a lot of promising potential. You're supported on your journey and everything's opening up for you. Keep your gaze ahead and don't get distracted by what others are doing or by other things you could be doing. Know that what you do and have been working for... Know that... I lost my place. Sorry. You know what to do and have been working for this for a long time. Enjoy this moment, embrace the clarity and the vision, and receive all that you've created and will continue to create for yourself in the world. So this is a lot about, if you feel like there is no end in sight, that there is no clarity, that there is no certainty, this is a sign that, one, all the chaos and confusion, you're in alignment with that right now. And when you have a clear answer or a clear knowing of where you're meant to go, trust it. Don't delay, because all you're going to receive as you go towards that is confirmation that that is, in fact, the right path for you. And you know what's so crazy? There were 2 tarot cards underneath your guidance cards, and they're the Chariot and the Wheel of Fortune. So I really do think, like, the more you balance your lifestyle with, you know, work, responsibility, and the things that nourish you and bring you joy, the more you will be rewarded for it. But, like, also, you're exactly in alignment with where you need to be. And the more you just continue moving forward, and the more you keep trusting and then letting go of what's not serving you, the easier it will be and the more balanced you'll feel as you continue to move forward. But I also was hearing the quote, fortune favors the bold. So don't be afraid to take those risks, especially if that's what makes your heart sing and you're uncertain if you can do it. Those are the big things where you're like, yeah, you gotta at least try, because I'm telling you, you can do anything you set your mind to. So make sure it's not some dumb BS like working yourself to death at a dead-end job to please some sort of boss that doesn't even put half the effort that you put in. We also have surrender your fear of intimacy. You're ready to let love in. Compassionately identify and begin to release any patterns that stop you from opening your heart. So this could have to do with like romantic relationships, absolutely. And it could be that part of this process is about opening yourself up to that. But I think that this is a lot about intimacy within yourself and learning to become comfortable with like your own vulnerability and recognize that vulnerability is not a weakness, it's a strength. And recognizing that it's not a virtue to suffer. It's not a virtue to carry others' burdens for them. You're literally robbing them of the opportunity to grow and learn from those. I literally think that part of your fear of intimacy is around being open to what your heart has to tell you. And it kind of seems like your heart is really just, there's a part of you that may be uncomfortable with getting in touch with your heart, because especially if you've been using work to avoid aspects of yourself or certain pain that you've had in your heart space, it's gonna hurt when you're addressing it. But that's the thing is you have to move through it. if you're going to release it. And there might be a lot of emotions involved in that. Here's one thing, being emotional, that's one thing that you might notice. You might get more emotional. Emotions are just data. And also you might find yourself like randomly crying or being more emotional in general. That is a sign that healing is occurring, because you're literally releasing pent-up energy. Those cries could be from years ago, could be from times where you held those tears in and suppressed what you felt, and it's just been sitting there, stored in there, just waiting to come out. So just know, like, part of being open to intimacy is like being okay with like what we have to, what our own intuitive bodies are going to reveal about ourselves, what our own emotions are going to reveal, and recognizing that it's a strength to sit in and experience your emotions. It's not a weakness. Ooh, we also have romance, loyalty, receive, love, intimacy. So, okay, I definitely think if you've been trying to manifest romance, a lot of the process of what you're going through right now is getting you open to that. It's really interesting. Actually, I think maybe one thing is like, if you've been using work as a way to like not be lonely, I feel like this rebalancing is helping you manifest the type of love that you truly want. And the fact that I did talk about pile 1, you may want to check out pile 1 because there were a lot of themes there. I know that these are long videos, but you can change the playback speed, and also you don't have to watch it all at once. But anyway, we also have give birth to your idea. So yeah, Spirit is definitely saying when you have those ideas, when you're inspired by something, take action, do it. Don't get stuck in your head. Don't hold yourself back. We also have consume the things that help you grow. So yeah, if you're continuing to do things that don't serve you, that hold you back, maybe don't do that anymore. And finally, we have independent. So I definitely think that one thing that Spirit, oh, and there's your little cat again. I think one thing that you need to know is that maybe if you've been like resistant to love or resistant to like being open to connection in general, healthy love does not require you to sacrifice your independence. And also, you can be with someone who is also independent, who also is comfortable in their independence. Like, I feel like that's an energy that you're going to attract. But also, if you have an identity attached to your independence, attached to being able to do everything yourself, and attached to this idea that you shouldn't ask for help, or that others can't help you or can't understand you, you're literally just denying yourself the opportunity to grow and to become the best version of yourself. And you may want to watch Kiki's delivery service, because there could be important messages there for you. But more than anything, I think what Spirit wants you to know is that, you know, independence is a wonderful quality, but it's not everything, and you can't do everything alone. And more than anything, I think that the universe is really wanting you to see that there's so much more to life for you than what you've been experiencing, and the universe is prompting you to make those changes. And these changes will start, and this healing will come the more you embrace those and let go of what keeps you trapped in what doesn't serve you. So pile 4, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting me read for you. I really hope that this resonated, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. I don't expect you to watch them, but it helps me so much if you let them play in the background while you do something else. So thank you so much to everyone who does that. Oh, I just got an intense ringing in my right ear. I don't know what that's about. What else? Ways you can support me. Like, comment, subscribe, check out another video, check out one with an extended. You can check out my merch, my candles, my social media. All of that will be linked down below. But that is all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope that this reading helped. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!